At this time, we're ready to begin our shows this morning. We ask that that first breed and that first class within those breeds come in the ring. Baby Doll Southdowns, your first class is yearling rams. For the Lincolns, for the National Lincoln Junior Show, it's white senior ram lambs. And for the Texels, it's fall ram lamb. Judging our shows today, in our far north ring, currently on the Texels, is Randall Von Krozik of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He's the key account manager of SmartLook. They also own and operate Von Krozik Family Targees, which was established in 1976. They produce seed stock, specializing in registered and commercial breeding stock. His wife Cheyenne and son Kalen are here. Judging in our center ring is Brady Campbell of Ashland, Ohio. He's the assistant professor in the Department of Animal Sciences at Ohio State University, where he serves as the state small ruminant extension specialist. He's a fourth-generation sheep producer. They raise Texels, Finns, and Lincoln sheep with his wife and family. He's a member of the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, the Ohio Sheep Improvement Association, the Texel Sheep Breeders Society, and the American Wool Assurance Program.
Well, good morning, everybody. Sure, a pleasure to be here getting things kicked off over in the Texel ring. I think a nice pair that the young people bring out to us. Really, you get off to the side of them, and that's kind of where the pair separates. I like the buck up front from a proportions perspective. He's good in his top line. I think as we get the sheep in motion, he's more appropriate in terms of the angle of his blade, and certainly his length of hip and just stride out of his rear two is probably just a little bit more appropriate as well. Real stout, burly one that comes out in two there. I like his testicular development, and certainly a masculine-headed buck there. He's one that as we get in motion is maybe just a little bit more tentative out of both ends, just need to free him up, but certainly a stout, powerful, high-performing one there in second. Congratulations to those two.
Placing on the class of White Lincoln Senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 2. Alpha Omega 2440 Jagger, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Second place to entry 1. Promised Farm F0924, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Placing on the Texel show for the Fall Ram Lambs, first place to entry 2, Cook 2440, Alex Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second place to entry 1, Pine Knob Farm 2514, John DeRunk, West Sunbury, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown class of yearling Rams, first to entry 2, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Donkers 618, Oregon. Second place to entry 1, Craig Sheep Farm 1363, Bigfoot, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas.
Check. Over on the Texel side, nice pair of bucks here that come out in the younger division, a little bit more size and performance and grow in the one that leads off. But with that, I like his length of stride probably a little bit better, particularly out of his front end. I think he goes to the surface with just a little bit more stoutness of feature as well. Really stout, good hided buck that's in second there. I like his forerib shape and the turn to his upper rib cage. That all kind of sets the stage for how stout and just muscular that guy is up high and from behind. I think as you get off to the side of the sheep and get him in motion, we just need to get him out with just a little bit more flexibility, maybe go down to the surface with just a little bit more stoutness of feature. Congratulations to those two.
Judging our Baby Doll Southdown show and judging in Ring A today is Alex Wolf of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Alex owns and operates Wolf Brothers Livestock, where they raise natural-colored and club lambs. He is a fifth-generation shepherd. He and his wife, Melissa, have 3 children that are heavily involved in their operation. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown class of Winter Ram Lambs, first place goes to Nichols, 2073, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. We're now ready on the Baby Doll Southdowns for Spring Ram Lambs. Over on the Texel ring, we're ready for Spring Ram Lambs as well. Following the class of Texels that's currently in the ring, the Spring Ram Lambs, we will be showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. For the Baby Doll Southdowns, the next breed or class that should be on deck is going for Grand Champion there as well. For the Lincoln Show, we're on early Ram Lambs. Those are white early Ram Lambs. Your next class is white late Ram Lambs. Placing on the Texel class of Winter Ram Lambs, first to entry 3. Pine Knob Farm, 2541, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Second place, entry 4. Beach Hill Farm, 2505, Oliver Winery, Warsaw, Ohio.
On the Texel side, I think a good pair here, and probably as competitive of a duo as we've had in this short show to this point. But I think there is a lot of trade-off between the two bucks that are out in the ring. I like the side profile of the sheep that we lead off with. To me, he sets his neck more correctly on the top side of his shoulder. I like the height of his shoulder, and then the way he transitions down his top line is probably just looser and just more appropriate as he gets out and goes as well. The one that comes out in seconds, the stouter one, particularly in terms of chest width, I like him out of the top side of his hip and his stifle shape from behind. He's one that as we get off to the side of him, he's just a little bigger in terms of the base of his shoulder. He's a little bit more horizontal in how he sends his neck out of the front side of his shoulder. I do like his testicular development and shape there, just distension there, probably just a little bit better than the one that we lead off with. I think a good pair. It's from the side that we like the one that leads off up here. Congratulations.
Placing on the White Lincoln Early Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 4, JRE 25-2377, Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second place to entry 3, A. Anderson 2505, Axel, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Third place to entry 6, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 5, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. And 5 to entry 7, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana.
Well, we step in to select for Champion Ram on the Texel side, and certainly numbers-wise, or quantity within the show was a little light, but the quality is certainly there. I like the sheep that are out here, bring a lot of quality to the table. I'm big on skeleton. You'll hear it all day from me. You'll probably get tired of hearing it, but skeleton, structure, build and balance, and then ultimately making them with the right kind of just pieces of power and muscularity as well. There's a couple of them out here that I think do it just a little bit better than the rest. We're going to use the class winner from the eldest age class, the fall for champion, drop down to the youngest one there for reserve. Congratulations.
In our Texel show, placing on the Spring Ram Lamb class, first went to entry 5, Cooks 2538, Alex Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second place to entry 6, Hilty Texels 89, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Our champion ram for the Texel show went to our first place fall ram lamb, Alexis Cook of Oldenburg, Indiana, with Cook 2440. The reserve champion also to Alexis Cook of Oldenburg with Cook 2538 out of the Spring Ram Lamb class. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown class of Spring Ram Lambs, first to entry number 6, Lazy 57918, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to entry 12, Playboy, Donkers 6695, had Kinley and Hadley and Knox Paulus of West Milton, Ohio. Third place to entry 9, Brooklyn Torin, Venata, Oklahoma. 4 to 47, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 5 to entry 7, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Placing on the White Lincoln Late Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 8, fought 2556, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. Second place to entry 10, JRE 25 2384, Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Third place to Shelleen, Arlington, Iowa. 4 to entry 12, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont, and 5 to entry 11, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois.
On the Texel side, start off on the female division, and boy, it's really, really good. Congratulations to all 4 of these exhibitors for bringing an outstanding lineup. And with that said, I think there's a couple of them on the top side of this class that just prevail in terms of, again, the basics of build, but the one up front's just kind of a bear in terms of how she's built, wide-chested, bold-bodied. She's got a lot of span to her back and pin width from behind. And yet with that, as you get off to the side of them, her height to shoulder and just her levelness of lines is what propels her up front there. I like a lot about the one that comes out in second. And in fact, from a handling quality perspective, she's probably the best in this particular set. I like her directly behind her shoulder. I like her at the edge of her loin. And then I really like her length of hip and the set and accuracy of her hind leg step. Up front, she's not quite as extended as the one that leads off. Work from there back, and she's just a little bit more compact. Like the basics and the structure of the ewe that comes out in third, very, very sound, very good in terms of hip and hind leg design. I think as you get your hands on her, she's a little heavier conditioned. She's just a little looser heighted and doesn't match with quite the same height of shoulder or front end quality as the two that precede her in this class. Kind of hard to get a look on the young man's down in 4 down there. She's wanting to give him some fights, but certainly one that you like in terms of her levelness of top line and muscularity. Again, one that as we work off both ends just needs to get out a little bit freer and just take to the stride and take to the halter just a little bit better this morning. But congratulations to those 4. Nice class.
Placing on the Texel Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 12, Cooks 2404, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second place to entry 11, Cooks 2416, also Alexis Cook. Third place to entry 9, Alice Winery, Warsaw, Ohio. And 4 to entry 10, Colin Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Now ready for fall ewe lambs for the Texels. Placing on the class of our championship drive for the Baby Doll South Downs, our champion ram went to the first place spring ram lamb, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 57918. The reserve champion came out of the winter ram lamb class, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols 2073. Out for our white Lincoln, our champion ram went to the first place early ram lamb, entry number 4, Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana, with JRE 252377. The reserve champion was second in that class, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri, with 2505 Axel.
On the Texel side, move into the next age group here. And I think obviously from the outside, there's some size difference, but I think as you really get in and break the 2 sheep down, there's a lot to like in just the build of the sheep that leads off. First and foremost, in terms of her skeleton, I think she's a little leveler and just longer out of the top side of her hip. I really like her in terms of her forerib shape and the muscularity that she hooks up behind her shoulder with. She's wider and flatter over her loin there, and and certainly one that you like in terms of just a levelness of top line. Now, obviously, the tall fronted extended one's the one that we've gotten second, and I think there's a lot to like about that one as well. Little blander in terms of her handle directly behind her shoulder, and then as we get in transition out of her hip, just needs to be able to be a little leveler there and just a little longer stepping in terms of her hind two. Congratulations to those two.
Placing on the class of Texel Fall Ram Lamb or Fall Ewe Lambs, first place to entry 13, Hilty Texels 80, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second place to entry 14, Bockelman 0429, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Placing on that Baby Doll Southdown Yearling U class, first place to entry number 26, Big Woods Donker 619, Oregano, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Second place to entry number 24, Bombay Baby Dolls 2416, Brooklyn Torin, Venata, Oklahoma. Third place to entry 18, Hadley, Kinley, and Knox Paulus, West Milton, Ohio. 4 to entry 19, Reese Woodford, Baldwin, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 22, Caitlin Basil, Baldwin, Wisconsin.
Move into the next age group in the Texel division. I think the quality is just very deep in this particular class, particularly in these top three. I think there's a lot of give and take here, but really a nice one that leads off, that proportions and balances well as we get off to the side of her. And then with that, she's surprising as you get your hands on her, the amount of mass that she does have up high and at the edge of her loin. I think one that you like a great deal in terms of just a combination of look and combining that with some power, particularly as we compare the top pair here. I like her out of the top side of her hip. I like the length and reach that she has in terms of just her hind leg step, probably a little bit more correctly than the one that comes out in two. And second's the real stout, powerful one, wide-chested, bold-bodied, big in terms of the edge of her top line. I like her as much as anything as you step in behind these sheep. Unfortunately, as we get off to the side of them, just a little rounder off both ends, a little steeper out of the top side of her hip. Another stout one that comes out in three there, very good in terms of muscularity and handling quality. Gets just a little bigger in terms of her shoulder and then gets just a little flatter in terms of her forerib shape. I think that hinders how she handles directly behind her shoulder. Could go down to the surface with just a little bit more stoutness a feature, but certainly one that you like in terms of underlying quality and center body. Hard handling sheep that's in four, like that one's hide as much as anything in class in terms of just being tight and thin-hided. She's a little bit narrower in terms of her chest and at her knee up front, a little more fragile as we work down low on her. Really stout, powerful one that we wind up in fifth here with. Big back, big from behind, needs to get out of both ends with just more comfortability, but particularly her front end, take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder. Nice top three in here. Give those kids a big round of applause.
Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown Fall U Lamb class, first to entry 27, Bombay Baby Dolls 2472, Barbie Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second to entry 16, Bombay Baby Dolls MN 83994, Adeline Poff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. Placing on the Texel Winter Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry number 15, Pine Knob Farm 2542, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Second place to entry 18, Bockelman 439, Alex Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third to entry 16, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. 4 to 17, Avery Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio. And 5 to 21, Alexis Cook, Lower Salem, Ohio.
Well, over on the Texel side, move into the youngest age group, and I think a set that just falls together really well for me. Up front, you've got a good pattern one that I think props up well. I like her in terms of her height to shoulder and extension from there forward. Squareness of feet and legs, I think, is very, very good. I'd like to make her just a little better over her loin at this stage of the game, the way she sends her loin into her hip, but I think maturity will certainly aid her with that long term. I like the basic build of the one that's in two. That one's very good in her top line, very square in terms of her feet and legs. Her neck comes out of her shoulder the right way. She's just a little immature or juvenile in terms of her look, if you will, at this stage of the game. Doesn't match with quite the same stoutness and power as the one up ahead of her, but I think that one's got a really, really bright future. The one that's in three is as hard handling and as neat in terms of her hide quality as anything within this particular set. Young lady shows the wheels off of that thing. Unfortunately, as we get the sheep in motion, she just wants to send her neck a little bit more horizontally out of the front side of her shoulder, needs to be able to get out of both ends just a little bit more flexibly. The one that we're going to round out the set with is as stout and just as burly as anything in here. Wide-chested, bold-bodied, big back, big-ended. A little bit thicker in terms of her neck shape, and then just a little bit more condition at this stage of the game. Comes off maybe just a little bit stale, but boy, she is stout and powerful. Congratulations to those four.
Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown Winter Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to entry 30, Hild Brothers Rosa Stark, 25313, Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to entry number 31, Big Woods Portia Donkers, 665, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third to entry 32, Francis Alley Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. Four to entry 28, Caitlin Basil, Baldwin, Wisconsin. And 5 to 29, Anna Capps, Hara, Oklahoma. Placing on the Texel Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 23, Cooks, 2535, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second to entry 22, Pine Knob Farm, 2560, Colin Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Third to entry number 25, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And four to entry 26, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Placing on the White Lincoln Yearling U class, first place to entry 22, JRE 24-2300AI, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second place to entry number 19, Buckshot 2408, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Third place to entry number 14, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. 4 to entry 23, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And 5 to entry 21, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio.
On the Texel side, we're ready to select Champion U, and I think an extremely high quality lineup as you get back out here. Sheep that have the right kind of proportions and build and balance, but yet with that can do that with some extras, and I think that's truly throughout the day what we're going to be looking for. I think there's a couple of them in this front line that maybe don't match exactly in terms of how they the advantages that they bring to the discussion, but I think both of them are very, very good just in different ways. There's a stout, powerful one that's really, really robust in terms of her center body, and then there's a tall-bladed, level-spined one that's very, very good in terms of hide quality. I like both of them a great deal. I think one of them just has that much more in terms of bulk and mass and power. We'll go ahead and use the yearling up here for champion. Go down to the third class down there. A young lady holding that ewe lamb's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Play for the Texel show. Our champion U goes to entry number 12 out of the yearling U class, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana, with Cook's 2404. The reserve champion was the class winner from the winter ewe lamb class, entry number 15, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob 2542. For the Texels, your next class is Young Flock. Young Flock will be your next class. Hampshire exhibitors, please be getting ready. We're on our final class of Texels. Hampshire fitted senior ram lambs will be the first class for the National Hampshire Junior Show. Placing on the white Lincoln pair of yearling U class, first to entry 25, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Second place to entry 26, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And third place to entry 24, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Placing on the White Lincoln Senior ULAM class, first place to entry 28, Echo 2505, Kezi, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Second place to entry 27, Promised Farm F0124, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Placing on the Texel Young Flock class, first place went to entry 29, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second to entry 30, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And third to entry 31, John DeRunk, West Sunbury, Pennsylvania. That does conclude our Texel Junior show. Now ready to move right on in to our Hampshire show. We need Hampshire fitted senior ram lambs. That's the National Hampshire Junior Show. Fitted senior ram lambs will be that first class. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown class of spring ewe lambs, first to entry 45, Nichols, Snow White 2075, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 40, 3M Baby Dolls, OH 3707, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Third to 39, Ethan Basil, Baldwin, Wisconsin. 4 to 38, Hadley, Kinley, and Knox Paulus, West Milton, Ohio. And 5 to 41, Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio.
Well, we get started on the Hampshire ring down here in the fitteds, and I think a pair that's brought to us that represents some quality, a lot of give and take. I think you get the two sheep in motion, and that's where they separate. I like the blade angle of the sheep that leads off. Just the consistency of his top line and the reach of his hind leg is a little bit more appropriate. Tall-fronted, big-bodied buck that certainly has the right kind of masculinity. Like the head and the body shape on the one that's in two. That's where his advantage is. He's very neat and tidy in terms of his center body. I like him a good deal in terms of his length of top line and his thinness of neck up front. Need to take his neck and set it on the top side of his shoulder just a little bit more correctly, and I think as we get out in motion, just allow that one to flex a little bit better. But boy, on the standstill and park, that's a neat looking buck. Just needs to get out and go a little better. Congratulations to those two.
For our Baby Doll Southdown show, our champion ewe went to the first place fall ewe lamb, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Bombay Baby Dolls, 2472 Barbie. Reserve champion came from the winter ewe lamb class, shown by Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, Hild Brothers, 25313. Rosa Stark. For the National Junior Hampshire Show, first place in the fitted senior Ram Lamb class went to entry 1, Walnut Grove 0190, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. Second to entry 2, Charland Farms F2451, Brody Payne of Kirkland, Indiana.
good class over on the Hampshire side. I think a very easy place to start. Young man brings us one that on the standstill is very, very good in terms of just build and balance. I like how tight he is through his front third, levelness of top line, hip and hind leg design is all good. And then as you get your hands on him, he's as honest in terms of his topside dimension as anything within this set. But what really propels him to the top end of this class is as we set the sheep in motion, he's just the soundest. I like his foot size, his column of bone work and stoutness from that standpoint. And then as we get the sheep in motion, he's just the most comfortable in terms of his top line, flexible in terms of his hind leg set. I like the boldness of body and the stoutness and just genuine muscularity of the one that comes in next. Wide-chested and big in terms of his top line and bold in terms of his center body. He's one that's a little more fragile in terms of his bone work, maybe doesn't prop up and balance with quite the same front end quality as the one that we lead off with. But I think the basics and soundness of structure from just a reach standpoint off of his rear two is what propels him over the one that comes out in 3. I like that one a great deal in terms of his size and just opportunity for continued growth. That's going to be a big buck upon maturity. He is big-footed and heavy-structured. I like that about him. And on the standstill, there's a lot to like in him. We set the sheep in motion. He's just got to get out and go with just a little bit more comfortability, gets a little tighter in his top, and doesn't want to get out of his hip and hind leg with quite the same attractiveness as the two that precede him. Congratulations to those 3. Nice class there.
We want to thank Abby Wazorek from the South Dakota. She's the South Dakota Hampshire Queen. She's assisting us in the ring today with these awards for the National Hampshire Junior Show. Placing on the White Lincoln Early Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry number 35, JRE 252363, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second place to entry 46, C and B 2404, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Third place to 31, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 29, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. And 5 to entry 30, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Placing on the Hampshire class of fitted January Ram Lambs, first place to entry 6, K. Person, 2512, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. Second place to entry 4, Cahoon, 0769, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. And third place to entry 5, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. Placing on the young flock for the Baby Doll South Downs, first place goes to entry 55, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to entry 54, Hadley, Kinley, and Knox Paulus, West Milton, Ohio. Third to 53, Brooklyn Torin of Veneta, Oklahoma. 4 to entry 52, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 5 to 56, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Placing on the Best Fleece Ram, first to entry number 60, Lieutenant Dan, Joby Meisner, Ransom, Illinois. Place for the Best Fleece Ewe, entry 64, Hadley, Kinley, and Knox Paulus, West Milton, Ohio.
another good class down here on the Hampshire side, and boy, just a lot of differences as we work in through this particular class. They're kind of all over the board from a build and kind perspective, but I do think the best one is the one that we lead off with, and he might not be the most in any particular area, but I do think he's just the best across the board, the hardest to pick a hole in, and I like him a good deal on the standstill from a balance perspective. I think he props up correctly. I like his height, the shoulder, and length of front end compared to the sheep in second. I like his body shape and his stoutness and power compared to the one that comes out in third. He's a little bit of a knothead and doesn't want to show off, but I do think that as we get him in motion, that's the one that's the most accurate in terms of his step as well. That's the place we lead off with. The kind of trendy one is the one that comes out in two. That guy is big and burly down low. He's got the fuzzies and the whites. And then as you work up from there, he's good in terms of his center body. He's one that has as much pin width as anything within this particular set. I think as you set the sheep in motion, that's where he comes in at second. He's a little more upright in his shoulder. He struggles just a little bit more out of his front end and doesn't have quite as much reach in terms of his hock and his hind leg placement as we set the sheep in motion. But I do like that one a great deal on the standstill. Just got to get out and go better. The one that comes out in third has as much size and extension as anything within this set, and I think as you project these forward, that's going to be a big buck that offers a lot of changing value from just a size and extension standpoint. I'm all about making them bigger. I do think that as we make them bigger, we've got to put it just a little bit more into them, and I think that's where that one comes in third. Tall fronted, extremely, extremely long, and a lot to like in terms of his front end design from a neck shape perspective. He's just got to have more in terms of forerib and lower body width as we compare him to the two that precede him in this particular class. Congratulations to those three.
Placing on the fitted February Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to entry 8. Meyer, 2554, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 9. Nob Hill, 2520, Kirby Joe Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. Third place to entry 11, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois.
Single entry as we move into the younger age groups over on the Hampshire side here. I think one that could have stood some more competition. There's a lot of good in that particular sheep. Again, as we set him in motion and start at the ground, I think that's where his advantages lay, and it'll be interesting to get him back in with some of those that have won previous classes. I like him a good deal in terms of feet and legs, his build and balance. Nice place to lead off there. Congratulations to him.
Placing on the Hampshire fitted March Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 7. 7 mile 25043 Big Jake, Conley Hoagland of Glendive, Montana. We're now showing for fitted champion and reserve champion ram for the National Junior Hampshire Show. Your next class will be the fitted yearling U class.
Well, over on the Hampshire side, ready to pick for champion fitted Hampshire Ram over here, and I think a good amount of quality as we work through a small show, but certainly ones that I think have the right kind of build as you work up to the front end here. Sheep that have the right kind of skeletal accuracy, and then ultimately combine that with just some power as we work out into this set. And so, with that said, I'll set the mic down. I'll get you a champion reserve out here. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
For our junior National Hampshire Show, our champion fitted ram came out of the January Ram Lamb class Entry number 6, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky, with K Person 2512. The reserve champion from the February Ram Lamb class, entry 20, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2554. Placing on the white Lincoln late ewe lamb class, first to entry 39, fought 2534, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. Second place to 42, Alpha Omega 2506, Apple, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Third to 43, Caitlin Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. 4 to 40, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. And 5 to 38, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted fall ram lamb class for your National Pole Dorset Junior Show. First to entry 9, Pine Knob Farm 2506, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to entry 8, Reynolds Stock Farm 2504, Baker, Campbell Seymour, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 6, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. 4 to entry 7, Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. And 5 to entry 5, Braxton Forrester, Hillsdale, Michigan.
Well, on the fitted Hampshire side, I think a challenging class, but one that falls together. I like the sheep up front. Both of the sheep in first and second, I think, come with enough side view quality, ones that have the right kind of look and build and balance as we get off to the side of them. It's the bulk and mass of the one that we lead off with that allows her to prevail within this particular pair. I like her four-rib shape, and to me, she's more genuine as you get your hands on her up high from a width perspective. Now, on the stand standstill if you just want to get off to the side of them. The one in second's the one that you use because of her height, the shoulder, or length from there forward. And I think of this set, you work into late fall showing of mature ewes. She's the one that's still the most correct in terms of her condition within this set. I think that allows her to prop up with that kind of quality look from the side, get your hands on her and get in behind her. I just don't know that there's quite as much bulk and mass as the one that we lead off with. I like the height, the shoulder, the length, the body, and extension of the one in third. A little flatter and plainer in terms of her body shape, and from behind just needs to be a little bit more genuine and robust as we work through the center portion of her skeleton. Opposite description of the one that comes next in 4. That one's wide-chested and bold-bodied and as muscular as these top 4 come. Unfortunately, I'd like her to handle her top line just a little bit better, get her in motion. I think that one could get just a little bit more secure in terms of her hind leg placement, but I think up front, that's one you like, and in her center body, that's one you like. Stout, powerful, 1 in 5, really, really rugged. Unfortunately, just doesn't match with quite the same front end quality or look as some of these that precede her up here. And then 6 is a big productive ewe that's just a little past her prime from a condition perspective. Congratulations to that set.
Placing on the Lincoln class of pair ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 49, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Second to 47, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Third to 48, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. And 4 to entry 50, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. There will be a Lincoln Junior Show exhibitor social and awards program today at 3 o'clock in room South Wing B 107. Again, that's a Lincoln Junior Show exhibitor social and awards program at 3 today in room South Wing B 107. Southdown Market Lamb weigh-in has just got about 20 more minutes. That's weigh-in and classification. That'll be from 8:30 to 10 this morning at the 4C Southdown Pens. Also, the Stars of Louisville Southdown sale check-in is at that same time, same location, so you've got about 20 minutes left. Placing on the National Pole Dorset Junior Show fitted winter Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 11. Crouch, 2513, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to entry 10. Spildy, 9687AI, Brady, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Placing on the Hampshire fitted yearling U class for the National Junior Hampshire Show, first to entry 20. Meyer, 2450, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 18, Mum, 2409, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to entry 16, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to entry 15, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 5 to 17, Conley Hoagland. For our Lincoln show, the National Junior Lincoln show, our champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe out of the white division. That's entry 22, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana, with JRE 24-2300. Reserve champion was second in that yearling class, entry 19, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio, with Buckshot 2408. Now ready for best white fleece. Best white fleece will be your next class. And then white young flock.
Well, down on the Hampshire side, move into the next age group of fitted ewes, and I think again a challenge, but I think two of them up top that bring a lot of quality to the table. I think the one that we lead off with in terms of her front end design, that's where you start. I like the way she sends her neck out of her the top side of her shoulder. I like the way she gets out of her front end. That one's a little bit longer in terms of just her body from her blade back, and then I think she's just a little bit more honest and genuine in terms of the top side of her rib cage, her center body, as we compare her to the one that's in second. Now, does she need to be better as she sends her loin into her hip? Probably. Could she be just a little bit more attractive in terms of her hind leg set? Probably there as well. I think those are both advantages for the ewe that comes out in second. That's one that I like a good deal in terms of the stretch and reach to her hind leg and the length to her hip there. I like her top line. To me, as you get your hands on these two sheep, there's a little bit more wool there as you work directly behind her shoulder and over the top side of her rib cage. I'd like to take her neck and just set it just a little bit more correctly on the top side of her shoulder. Good pair there. You can line them the way that you'd like on the outside. Third's a really neat looking smaller sheep that's just a little bit younger and more juvenile in terms of how she's presented out here. Another one that age or maturity aside, we just need to take her neck and set it a little bit more correctly on the top side of her shoulder there, send her to the surface with just a little bit more stoutness a feature. Big extended UN4 that has as much grow as anything in this particular set. As we set the sheep in motion, she's the one that probably needs to get out and go more comfortably in her loin and out of her hip. And then the one that we round out the set with is as stout and as powerful as anything in this particular set. She gets just a little bit more pronounced in her breastplate, a little thicker and more mature up front. And then as we set the sheep in motion, she could get out just a little bit more athletically as well. Congratulations to those five.
Placing on the Hampshire fitted senior ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 25, Bobendreyer 24-111, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. Second place to entry 27, Bobendreyer Boys 24-111, Caitlin Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts. Third to 24, Henry Nielsen, Alexandria, South Dakota. 4 to 26, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio, and 5 to entry 22, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. For our Paul Dorset fitted Ram champion, it went to entry 9 out of the fitted Fall Ram Lamb class, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2506. The reserve champion fitted Ram goes to entry 11 from the fitted Winter Ram Lamb class, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Crouch 2513. For our National Junior Lincoln Show in the white division, best fleeced animal went to Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana, with JRE 25 2377.
Well, on the fitted Hampshire side, coming out to select senior champion, I think a ton of quality in the 4 that are represented out here. There's 2 of them that are just my speed in terms of just build and balance and design. We're going to use these 2 older age ewes out of the first class, the 2 yearlings for Granite Reserve. Congratulations.
Our senior champion, ewe for the fitted Hampshire show, went to the first place fitted yearling at ewe, entry 20, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2450. Reserve champion in the senior division to entry 18, second place yearling ewe, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum 2409. Placing on the white Lincoln Young Flock class, first place to entry 57, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Second place to entry 56, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored senior Ram Lamb class for the National Lincoln Junior Show. First place goes to entry number 60, Promised Farm F1224, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Second place to Lean 2447, Moonlight, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted early yearling U class for the National Pole Dorset Junior Show. First place to entry 18, Nichols Sheep Farm 2364, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to entry 15, Stunkel 3851, Thomas Bandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Third to entry 19, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to 16, Colby Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. And 5 to 17, Justine Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin.
A great set of ewe lambs over on the fitted Hampshire side. I think a top two here that come in different packages, if you will, but what they do well, both of them do. And so a little challenging from that standpoint. I love this sheep on the standstill up front. Extremely, extremely good in her top line. She's tall fronted and exceptionally good in terms of the length ahead of her shoulder. I like her body shape and just the genuine shape that she has out of her spine and the top side of her rib cage back into her pin set a little bit better than the one that comes out in two. Certainly one that you like a great deal on the stop. She needs to handle that halter a little bit more comfortably as we get out and go, but I do read her angles correctly. I like a lot about the one that comes out in second. Again, start at the ground. She's big-footed and heavy-structured. She's got the big feature down low, and then still very, very good in terms of how she sends her neck out of the top side of her shoulder, level in her top line. I love that one in terms of just your basic build from the side. As you get your hands on the two sheep, she's a little plainer at the top side of her rib. She's a little bit more general in terms of her top side shape, and same disadvantage as you step in behind the two sheep. But boy, I think there's a lot to like in that one from the side. The one that comes out in three, big, extended, like her a great deal in terms of just her length of body and height of shoulder. Need to take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder a little bit more correctly and add just a little bit more depth to her bottom line and just more quality to her bottom line. The one that comes out in four, I like a good deal on the standstill. We set the sheep in motion. She gets more upright in her shoulder, wants to drop her front end, needs to take her neck and set it up a little bit higher. But boy, that's a bold, stout one that has some power from behind. Same story, the one that comes out in five. I like that one's width and body shape and stoutness from behind. Get off to the side of the sheep, and that's where her neck comes out a little bit more horizontal. She's already showing just a little bit more pronouncement of chest and breastplate up front. Just needs to be a little leaner and trimmer, a little bit more youthful through her front end at this stage of the game. Congratulations to those five.
Placing on the fitted Hampshire January ewe lamb class, first place to entry 33, Cahoon 771, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 34, Alf 45425, Milo Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. Third to entry 36, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. 4 to entry 32, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. And 5 to entry 37, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. Placing on the natural colored class of the National Lincoln Junior Show for early fall ram lambs. First to entry 61, Promised Farm 2506, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Second place to 63, Mum 2504, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to 64, Shelleen, Arlington, Iowa. And 4 to 62, Elizabeth Laframboise, Stark City, Missouri. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted late yearling U class, first to entry 21, Scotch Lane Farms 925, Prim, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to entry 22, Mystery, DF Nichols Sheep Farm 3202, Gemma Dorsey, Moreau, Illinois. Third to entry 20, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. And 4 to entry number 23, Campbell Seymour, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln late fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 65, Mum 2591, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to entry 66, Promise Farm 2526, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. And third to entry 67, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. For the natural colored National Junior Lincoln Show, our champion Ram went to entry number 61 out of the early Ram Lamb class, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana, with Promise Farm 2506. The reserve champion to the class winner of the late Ram Lamb class, entry 65, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum 2591.
Good class over on the Lamb side in the Hampshires, and I think a class that offers a lot of differences. Really got to tie back to what you want and ultimately what you're looking for, because I think there's a lot of different variations in this particular class of what you can align your priorities with. With that said, I like the sheep that leads off a great deal. I think that sheep is extremely good in terms of build and balance, and yet with that, as you compare her to this contemporary set in here, she has as much chest width and body shape and backside dimension as anything in this set. I think a nice place to start. For me, it gets a little closer between 2 and 3. Both of those sheep, in my mind, prop up well from the side. They have the right kind of proportions and look. I think there's more genuine shape in the one that's in second. There's more muscularity up high, more pin width from behind. That sheep, as we get them in motion, I think could handle her front end just a little bit more athletically, but boy, from there back, I think that's where she has the advantage over the one in 3. In third is a big extended sheep that's got a lot of quality, very good in terms of her bottom line, and I project that one having the right kind of size and ultimately look from the side as she progresses in her maturity. As you step in and get on top of her, get in behind her, there's just not as much in that sheep at this stage of the game. Probably just needs to be a little bit more genuine in terms of her upper rib cage. The one that comes out in 4, stout, powerful, really, really good in terms of her body shape. There's a lot to like in that particular sheep. I just didn't think she came with quite the same quality as you work up through the base of her shoulder and the base of her neck at this stage of the game and at this age compared to the ones that's precede her in this particular class. But body shape and certainly hip and hind leg design is as on point as anything ahead of her. Just needs to be a little tidier up front. And then we get into 5th with a big bodied sheep that has some height. The shoulder needs to be a little bit better in her top line, needs to be a little bit better how she handles the top side of her hip. On the standstill, I think you can gravitate that one further forward, get the sheep in motion. She just needs to be more comfortable in her top line. Congratulations to that set.
Placing on the fitted February ewe lamb class for the National Junior Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry number 47, Meyer 2548, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 40, Cahoon 0783, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. Third to 49, Ryder Juntanen, Bryant, South Dakota. Fourth place to entry 39, Milo Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 44, Brody Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. Placing on the fitted early fall ewe lamb class for the National Pole Dorset Junior Show. First goes to entry 30. Reynolds Stock Farm 2502, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to entry 31, Pine Knob Farm 2510, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. Third to entry number 29, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to entry number 25, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And 5 to 28, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
Again, a lot of differences down here on the Hampshire side. I think up top you've got a pair of sheep that kind of proportion and pattern correctly. I like the sheep up front in terms of the shallowness of her front end, the shape of her neck a little bit better than the one comes into. But boy, as you work from there back, I like her in terms of her body shape, her length of hip, and then just the agility that she has in terms of her hind leg set. I think that one props up well, matches it with some stoutness and power. I do like the levelness and just the athletic build of the center body of the one that comes out in second. I do think, though, that as we compare her to the one that leads off, she's maybe not quite as just robust and just as opened up as the one that we lead off with in this particular set the sheep in motion. She's maybe just a little bit more upright or tentative in terms of her hind leg placement at times. Get into 3, and that's a big extended sheep that's got a lot of opportunity for continued growth. And young lady, you're doing a heck of a job getting that sheep shown. As we get the sheep in motion, she gets just a little lazy up front and gets just a little lower in terms of where she attaches her neck into her shoulder there. Just needs to be more on the top side of her shoulder as we get in and start to break her down. I love the basic build of the one that comes out in 4. She's in a smaller package. I guess for some that's fine. For me, that's fine. Unfortunately, I do think that she comes with more shoulder. She's maybe not quite as tidy up through her front end, but certainly one that from a basic build perspective, there's a lot to like in her. Wide-chested, bold-bodied, muscular handling one that we round out with. I don't know that she balances or proportions as we get off to the side of her quite as correctly as some of those that precede her in class. Congratulations to those 5.
Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the fitted Hampshire show, first place goes to entry number 57, Mum 2587, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to entry 54, Meyer 2567, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place to entry 51, Sadie Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. 4 to 55, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. And 5 to entry 52, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Placing on the natural colored yearling ewe class for the National Lincoln Show, first place to 73, Milliken M 24-241, Riker Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second to 71, Buckshot 2419, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Third place to 75, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. 4 to 70, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5 to 69, Luke Mum. Placing on the natural colored pair of yearling ewes for the Lincoln Show, first place to Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Placing for our senior champion and reserve senior champion fitted ewe for the National Pole Dorset Junior Show. Our senior champion ewe goes to the first place fitted early yearling ewe, entry 18, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm, 2364. The reserve senior champion ewe went to entry number 30, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Reynolds Stock Farm, 2502.
Well, over on the fitted Hampshire side, I think a really fun lineup and a good way to get through the younger age groups of the junior champions. I think there's one out here that fits my kind very well. I think she's extremely high quality. There's one that follows suits with her, maybe just doesn't come in quite the same package or quite as advanced from a maturity perspective at this point. But I think a very good set. The February is very nice. That's my favorite. We'll follow her up with the March. Congratulations.
For our Hampshire show, our junior champion ewe goes to entry 47, Mackenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer, 2548, out of the February ewe lamb class. Reserve came from the March and later born ewe lamb class. Class winner, entry number 57, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum, 2587.
Yeah, good set here. Congratulations to the Hampshire exhibitors in the fitted division. I thought the quality was exceptionally good. I think as you get back out here and analyze these four, really good lineup. The two that are closest to me, I think both bring a lot of similar attributes to the table. But there's one of them that I think is better in terms of just leanness, freshness at this stage of the game. And to be completely honest, maybe it's a little unconventional, but I think the one that follows her in that division is the next best one in this set. We're going to go ahead and keep those two junior champions together for Granite Reserve. Congratulations.
For our fitted Hampshire show, our overall champion ewe was our junior champion ewe out of the February ewe lamb class, entry 47, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer, 25-48. The reserve champion was our reserve junior champion out of the March and later ewe lamb class, entry 57, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum, 2587. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Senior ewe lambs, first place to entry 80. Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Raider, 25-30. Second place to 81, Promise Farm, F0624, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Third to 82, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. 4 to 78, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. And 5 to entry 79, also Shell Lean. Placing on the polled Dorset fitted late fall ewe lamb class. First to entry 36, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois, with TML 2429. Second place to 24, Campbell Seymour, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2518 Tess. Third place to 39, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. 4 to 40, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And 5 to 35, Braxton Forrester, Hillsdale, Michigan. placing on the natural colored early ewe lamb class for the National Lincoln Junior Show. First to entry 88, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Heritage Hill, B29. Second place to entry number 83, Mumm 2511, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Third to 89, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Fourth to 87, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. And 5 to 85, Hattie Hendricks, Leonardville, Kansas. Placing on the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the Poll Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 43, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Farm, 990. Second to entry 45, Spildy, 9681 AI, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to 50, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. 4 to 49, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. And 5 to 48, Braxton Forrester, Hillsdale, Michigan.
Nice way to get the slick show started off with here, and I think $3 that certainly brings some quality and some generating potential as you progress them forward in their sire life. Not the biggest one that we lead off with up here, but I think certainly the one that you like the best as you get your hands on him. High quality hide, and then certainly touch quality directly behind his shoulder, and he has got a wide, flat loin. I like the way he gets out of his front end a little bit better than the sheep that we have in second in this particular class. I think he's more robust at the top side of his hip and has more shape and just width as you work further down into just his twist and his lower leg. The sheep that comes out in second, I love his center body, one that you like a good deal in terms of his forerib shape, his upper rib cage. He's one that's very, very level out of the top side of his hip. As you work further down on him, though, I think he's a little plainer towards the bottom side of his skeleton. And as we set the sheep in motion, a sheep that's more upright in terms of his blade angle and just doesn't get out of his front end with the comfortability of the one that leads off. Stout, powerful, high-performing sheep that sits in third down there. He's as muscular and as high-performing as anything in this particular set. We set the sheep in motion. He's a little tighter in terms of his top line. He's a little more tentative out of both ends of his skeleton. Just has to get out and go with more athleticism. Congratulations to those three.
Placings on the Hampshire Slick Shorn Senior Ram Lamb class. First place to entry number 65, Platinum 25311, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second place to entry number 66, Need to Know, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. And third to 67, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio.
Well, good top end over on the slick ham side, and I think particularly these top three, there's certainly some build and quality as you get off to the side of them. The one that leads off is just so much better in terms of top side width, in terms of his forerib shape, his upper body shape, and then stoutness out of his hip, depth down to his twist, and I think one that you like a great deal in terms of his forerib, his underlying quality, his hip and hind legs exceptionally good as well. He's not the thinnest necked or he's not the tightest at the base of his shoulder. He's built a little manly up there, but that's all right. I think he matches it from there back with enough stoutness to still proportion and balance correctly. I love the sheep that comes in second from the side. Height the shoulder, extension up front's exceptionally good. Handling quality is outstanding. That's probably his biggest advantage over the sheep in third is the ledge of his top line, the width of his loin, and how he hooks his loin back into his hip. He's just not quite as burly or as manly as that one that beats him in this class. Just has to come with more rib shape and certainly more width as you work into his lower skeleton and compete with that one up front. But dang sure one from the side that can do it. The one that comes out in third, tall fronted, really, really good in terms of his body shape. He's one that I like a great deal in terms of his feature and just he's got them big pearly whites down low. Unfortunately, he just comes in a couple more pieces. Base of his shoulder doesn't blend quite as well into his forerib. And then as you study that one down his top line, he's just a little off in terms of how he sends his loin back into his hip there. But I thought those top three were certainly quality sheep. Stout, powerful sheep. The young lady's doing a great job getting shown down in four down there. Big-footed, heavy-structured, wide-chested, bold-bodied one that just, again, comes in a few more pieces. He's a little bigger shouldered, a little rounder out of both ends, and maybe just doesn't have quite the same youthful touch down his top line than those three that precede him in this class. Really hard-handling one that is neat-fronted, that comes in five down there. I like that about him. He's just a little bit more youthful, if you will, or immature in terms of just his handle, in terms of his kind from the outside. Unfortunately, just needs to come with more mass and maturity at this stage of the game to get further up in this class. Nice set there. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Placing on the natural colored pair of ewe lamb class for the National Lincoln Junior Show. First to entry 1, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. Second, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, to Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. 4, to Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. And 5, Elizabeth Laframbose, Stark City, Missouri. Placing on the Slickshorn January Ram Lamb class for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First to entry 77, Clark Coyle, Taradice 25035. Clark is from Danville, Kentucky. Second place to 71, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, with Hogger 25070. Third to 69, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 68, Harper Newton, Eaton, Ohio. And 5 to entry 74, Colt McCoy, Perrysville, Ohio. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted spring ewe lamb class, first place to entry 59, Spildy 9692, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to 51, Crouch 517, Bela Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. Third to entry number 61, Delaney Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Fourth place to 53, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. And 5 to entry 57, Gemma Dorsey, Moro, Illinois.
Good class down here on the Slick Hamp side. I think as competitive as of a class as we've had throughout the day, particularly these top three, I think all bring a lot of good to the table. To me, it's a two-horse race once you set them in motion up top here. I like the basic build and just the reach of the hind leg of the sheep that leads off up front. There's a lot of give and take. In my mind, I like his forerib shape, his underline quality, hip and hind leg design. All of those things are exceptionally good. Where he needs to be a little bit better is in terms of touch and handling quality. He's getting just a little old down his top line and at the edge of his loin there, but certainly one, as you set him in motion, I think he's more comfortable and certainly leveler out of the top side of his hip. The stout wild-bodied one is the one that comes out in second. And boy, he is 12 o'clock from a handling perspective. Big in terms of his back and the edge of his loin. He's big out of his hip. He's got those stout features down low, and I think all of that sets up for the quality look that he does give you on the standstill. You get sheep in motion, and I think off both ends, he's just a little rounder built than the sheep that we lead off with. I'm fine with his shoulder up front. It's more the top side of his hip that I'd like to make just longer and leveler back there, but I think that's a very competitive pair. Nice sheep in third that's wide-chested and bold-bodied and muscular. Doesn't come with the same amount of just look and quality as the two that precede him in this particular class, but I do think there's a lot of good in that sheep. The one that comes out in four is tall-fronted and hard handling. He just comes in more pieces. He just needs to be a little bit better directly behind his shoulder and on the top side of his rib cage, handle with more spread up high. And then the one in five down there is kind of the same story. I think that's a tall-fronted one that has some handling quality. Unfortunately, though, he's just a little narrower. He's a little bit more off out of his hip, and then as you get in behind him, just needs to be stouter out of his dock and from behind as we compare him to a really stout set of four ahead of him. Congratulations, really nice top two in this class. Congratulations to this set.
For our natural colored Lincoln show, our champion ewe went to the late natural colored ewe lamb, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania, with Miller 25008. The reserve champion went to the first place fall ewe lamb, entry number 80, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Raider 2530. Placing on the natural colored pair ewe lamb class, first place went to Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. Second, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Four to Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. And five to Elizabeth Lafarm Brose, Stark City, Missouri. For our Pole Dorset Junior show, our junior champion ewe went to the first place fitted Winter ewe lamb, entry 43, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Farm 990. The reserve junior champion came out of the fitted spring ewe lamb class, entry 59, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 9692. For our Pole Dorset Fitted show, the senior champion ewe was also our overall grand champion ewe. Entry number 9 out of the Fitted Fall. Pardon me. Out of the Fitted Early Yearling ewe class, entry 18, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm 2364. The reserve senior champion was our reserve overall grand champion. Entry 30, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2502.
I think a challenging pair to start off with in this particular class. They're very different in terms of the advantages that they bring to the discussion out here, but I do like the one that leads off, not just from a handling quality perspective, which is where I think his biggest advantage over the sheep in second is, but I love his forerib shape, his upper body shape, and then certainly one that is stout out of his pin set. Very, very good in terms of muscularity there. From his forerib back, I think that's an easy place to start. Up front, he's a little bit more vertical in his blade angle. He's a little just stiffer in terms of his neck set there. Those are advantages for the sheep that's in second. I like that one's height to shoulder. I like his extension up front. I like his elevation from that standpoint. And when we set the two sheep in motion, I like that one's reach to his back leg as well. It's just unfortunate as you get your hands on him. He's just a little plainer up high. It starts in his forerib shape but goes up into his topside muscularity. He's just a little plainer from that standpoint. Needs to hook his loin just a little bit more correctly back into his hip there, but I think a nice pair here up top. Really a nice sheep that comes out in third that just runs into a couple of them that are just exceptionally high quality. I like his chest width. I like his forerib shape. He doesn't open up directly behind his shoulder as well as these two ahead of him get the sheep in motion. He doesn't maintain just as much natural quality as the two ahead of him, but a nice sheep there that's square, muscular enough from behind, just needs to come with just a little bit more look. And then a stout, powerful, hard handling one that we round out the set with that's a little bit better in terms of his testicle size than the sheep that precedes him. Unfortunately, you get off to the side of these four sheep, and that's the one that's just a little bit more compact and a little plainer from the side. Really nice class there. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
For our natural colored Lincoln show, our young flock class placings, first place to Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Third place, Elizabeth Laframboise, Stark City, Missouri. And 4, Tishelle Lean, Arlington, Iowa. For our natural colored Lincoln show, our best fleeced animal goes to Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana, with Promised Farm 2535. In our Slickshore, New Hampshire show, our February Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 79, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2520. Second to 84, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 25077. Third to entry 81, Valley Yancey, Huntsville, Arkansas. Fourth place to entry 78, Haley Blatt, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 87, Caitlin Jornby, Brownstown, Wisconsin. Placing on the March and later born Ram Lamb class for the Slickshore, New Hampshire's first to 91, Everett Mueller, Adele, Wisconsin, with Johnson 22314. Second to entry 90, Nash Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Showstock 25179. Third to entry 92, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 4 to 89, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina.
A good lineup of Rams over on the Slick Hampshire side, and I think a good amount of quality as we work through the classes. Showing bucks this time of year is a little difficult, and I think there's certainly some quality as you get through this top end lineup here. Good set of sheep all the way through. I thought there was one that came in, one of the first classes that I thought was very, very good. I was interested to see what he looked like when he got back out here, and I still think he is. For me, the decision's really for reserve, and again, if you've watched me evaluate and judge before, I think there's one of them that gets out and moves just a little bit better with just a little bit more reach. And so with that, I'll get you a grand in reserve. If you would, show these Hampshire exhibitors your appreciation. Give them a round of applause, please.
For our Slickshorn Hampshire show, our champion overall ram went to entry number 77 out of the Slick January class, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Terradice 25035. The reserve champion went to entry 79 from the February Ram Lamb class, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2520. Placing on the white border Leicester Fall Ram Lamb class, first to entry 2, T. Johnson 0226, Callie Oplinger, Smithville, Ohio. Second place to entry number 5, Week Overlook Manor Farm 6548, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. And third to entry 4, Mackenzie Adams, Chibance, Illinois. Placing on the Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class for your National Pole Dorset Junior Show, first to entry 66, OTH Farms 560, Harper Carey, Richwood, Ohio. Second place to entry 67, Rudisill Club Lambs 25023. Chrissy Joe Akers, Ashton, West Virginia. Placing on the early white spring ram lamb class for the Border Leicesters. First place to entry 11, H. Barkley 2512, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to entry 10, H. Barkley 2519, Abigail Parks, Leiden, Massachusetts. Third place to entry number 12, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. 4 to entry 20, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. And 5 to entry 7, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland.
A nice way to start over on the slick campsite in the U division. And I think obviously it's hard to keep these things just fresh as a daisy as we show them as long as we do, but that's the advantage for the two that prevail in this particular class. It's just the freshness, a condition that they present with, and certainly the skeletal integrity on top of that. I like the sheep that leads off. If we could relax her loin just a little bit, I think that one wins easy because her front end is so good. She's very good in her forerib shape, and her hip and hind leg is on point. Needs to be a little bit more relaxed in terms of the center of her spine. That's an advantage for the sheep that's in second. Really a fresh handling one. Young man does a good job getting her shown. She's square, she's sound. She doesn't come with quite the same front end extension as the one that we lead off with. I like a lot about 3, 4, and 5. All three of those sheep are probably a little past their prime from a condition perspective. 3's the one that probably handles just the closest to correct of those three. And so that's why she prevails into third there. I like her in terms of her chest width, her body shape. To me, she has more from behind than the one that's in 4 or 5. We get the sheep in motion. I'd like to take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder and just lean her up a little bit. I love the sheep that comes out in 4, and if I would have seen her a couple of months ago, I probably like that sheep quite a bit. She's just a little past her prime from a condition perspective, a little chubby and a little softer handling. She's been hitting the same buffet I do, needs just leaned up a little bit. So in 5 is one that's tall and extended, comes in a few more pieces, shares the same disadvantage from a condition standpoint, just needs leaned up. But certainly a good class, very, very high quality. Differences in terms of handling quality as you get your hands on them. Congratulations to that set.
Placings on our first class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First place to entry number 139, Everhart 2385. Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. Second place to entry 136, Menon, IN 49 5272. Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Third to entry 122, Haley Blatt, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to entry number 133, Gavin Foff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 135, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Results from the class of Slickshorn Winter Ram Lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 73, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Showstock 5596. Second place to entry 81, Grizzly Martin 25016, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio. Third place to 71, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. Fourth place to 74, Jinsley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. And 5 to 75, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. Placing on the white Border Leicester Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 13, Fogel, 1257, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio. Second place to entry 19, Jay Baird, 25019, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third to 16, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. 4 to 15, Haxton Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And fifth to 17, Mackenzie Adams, Shabance, Illinois. Champion Ram for the White Border Leicester show goes to our first place in the late Ram Lamb class, entry number 13, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio, with Fogel 1257. The reserve champion was the class winner of the Fall Ram Lamb class, entry number 2, Callie Opliger, of Smithville, Ohio, with Travis Johnson 0226.
Really good class over here on the slick ham side. Excited to talk these top three because I think from the outside there's some different ways that you can align these, but I do think the one that's just the most fault-free is the young man's up front here, and she is striking from the side. She's very, very good in terms of hip and hind leg design. She's got those big old paws down low. But yet with that, in terms of neck shape and just youthfulness up through her front third, she's as good as anything within these top five. Now, she is just a little chubby on the top side of her rib cage. That's probably a little bit of an advantage for 2 and 3 in this class. But her underlying quality is exceptional. She has got a great big back and a flat, wide loin that's high at its edges. But really, within these top two, her biggest advantage is up front. I like the way she's laid in at the base of her shoulder, the way she transitions into her neck shape, and then from there forward, really, really waspy in terms of her neck set. I think that one's very, very nice. In 2 is a sheep that is extremely competitive. I think she's more honest or genuine in terms of just her handle. That one's got a great big top side dimension, really good over her loin edge as well. Big muscled. You step out of her, and I don't know that she's just quite as tidy up through her front end as the one that we lead off with. A little shorter and a little thicker at the base of her neck there, but boy, that one is really fresh to the touch, extremely good in terms of her body shape, and as we get the sheep in motion, that's where she has the biggest advantage over the sheep in third. I think she gets out of her front end better, but particularly she's longer out of the top side of her hip and has more flex to her back leg there. I think a nice top pair there. Sheep in third, if you were just to sort them on the standstill, that one wins for me on the standstill. I think that one is built wild in terms of her body shape. She has got a great big back, really big from behind. She's wide-chested, good in terms of her front end design. One that ultimately, as we get them in motion, those top three, she's easily the one that's just the most upright in terms of her shoulder angle at her knee. And then off of her rear two, she's just the most vertical in terms of her hock placement there. On the standstill, I think it's fine, but in a class of this caliber, you run into that kind of heat. She's just got to get out with more athleticism, get out and grab a gear out of those rear two. Really a nice sheep that comes out in four and just kind of hit a buzzsaw of a class here. Certainly very good in terms of feet and legs. I like her top line. Very good in terms of handling quality. She's one that's maybe just a little shorter and plainer in her neck as we compare her to those ahead of her here. And of those top four, she's maybe the one that's just a little bit chubbier as we get in and handle. In five is a big, extended, really hard handling one. Again, one that comes with just a little bit more fat content at this stage of the game. Get those sheep in motion. It's her front end that we need to redesign. Take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder and allow for her to be just more naturally elevated as she gets out and goes. I like a lot about the sheep that's in six. I thought it was a tough class, and so we'll talk her. Very good in terms of just her build, very good heighted. A sheep that as we start to compare her to that top five, just not quite as much oomph in terms of just muscularity and stoutness and power, particularly out of her pin set and her leg from behind. Congratulations to those six.
Placing on class number 2 of our Slickshorn yearling used for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First place goes to entry 107, Ellerbrock 20422, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. Second place to entry 102, Johnson Family Showstock 24192, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 116, Anara Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 113, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry number 119, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of Border Leicester White early yearling ewes. First place to Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor Farm 6419. Second place to entry 43, Jay Baird 2409, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third to entry 38, Emma Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 45, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 41, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn Pole Dorset Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 85, 406 Club Lambs 2588, Francesca Volpe, Helena, Montana. Second place to entry 94, Northern Oklahoma College 25054, Kaylee Florence, Falmouth, Kentucky. Third to 83, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. 4 to entry 93, Charlie Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. And 5 to 91, Madeline Crouch, Springville, Indiana. champion ram for the Slickshorn Pole Dorset Junior Show goes to our first place winter ram lamb, entry 73, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Show Stock 5596. The reserve went to our second place in that Slickshorn winter ram lamb class, entry 81, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio, with Martin 25016 Grizzly.
But when you're talking about a good place, she certainly has one. One that's got that good character, that good print, that good structure, and enough luster to it as well. But a nice set of evens. Congratulations.
Really good class over on the Hampshire side. And I think there's some give and take as you work through this class, particularly these top three. I think you can align in different ways depending on where you put your priorities. On the standstill, in my opinion, undeniably the best one is the young man's up front. Big footed, heavy structured, big featured, and to me that's his or her biggest advantage over the sheep that sits in second is even if you start up in her muzzle and her jawline, her column of bone and her foot size is just bigger and stouter and more powerful, and she matches it from there up in terms of body shape and muscularity. Get the sheep in motion, and that's where you'd like to make her just a little bit more calm in terms of how she handles her loin edge at times. I don't see it as a structural thing. I read her angles correctly, I think, on the standstill. That one's very nice. She props up right and just stout, powerful, good looking. Good place to start. I love the just basics of build and design of the young man's that comes out in second. Young man can really drive one and get one shown as well. That thing is fresh as a daisy up top, big in terms of rack shape, wide, flat loin. Again, one that you like a good deal in terms of top line. She's got that little bitty neck up front. All of that helps to me, she has an advantage in terms of just cleanness and underline quality and condition compared to the one in third. I wish she just went to the surface with just more stoutness of feature. I wish that she just had more stoutness as we work down into the ground and up front in terms of her chest width as well compared to that one that we lead off with. I really like the one that comes out in third. That one's very basic, really, really good in terms of just her body shape. Her soundness of structure is very good. I just don't know if today she's 12 o'clock. That's one that's maybe just a little softer, a little bigger middle, and just a little bigger in terms of her neck as we compare those to the two that precede her in this particular class. I like the one that comes out in four a good deal. Big in terms of her kind, but yet still has some stoutness and power. A little bit more fragile, not quite as big of a punch as you step directly behind that sheep as the ones that precede her. Get into five, and that's a different discussion entirely. That one is broad and stout and powerful. I think she just comes in a few more pieces, comes with more lower shoulder, maybe a little bit more deviation down her top line. Doesn't come with quite the same striking look as we get off to the side of her as some of those up ahead of her. Congratulations to that set. Really good class.
Placings from the white Border Leicester yearling U class. First place goes to entry number 31, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio, with Fogel 1232. Second place to 30 with Jay Baird 2423, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third place to entry 27, Kaylee Oplinger, Smithville, Ohio. 4 to 28, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 5 to placing on the Class 1 of Senior U Lambs for the National Junior Hampshire Show. First place to entry number 142, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with KPO 4012. Second place to entry 156, Ambergy 25-029, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third to entry 161, Ryan Liggett, Carmel, Indiana. Fourth place to 155, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. And fifth to 154, Breelyn Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Placing on the fall ewe lamb class for the white Border Leicester show, first place goes to entry number 50. H. Barclay 2447, Oliver O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut. Second place to 49. Travis Johnson 0224, Harper Amos, Rushville, Indiana. Third to entry 48, Claire Henry, Carrollton, Ohio. 4 to 51, Mackenzie Adams, Shabance, Illinois. And 5 to entry 47, Samantha Logan, Orient, Ohio.
Well, a tougher class over on the Slick Hampshire side, but I do think that the one that winds up prevailing in this class is a nice sheep, particularly from her fore-rib back. I like that one a good deal in terms of just the levelness of her top line, her agility to her hind leg, and then ultimately just the ability of her to get wider and deeper as she works back. I think that's a good advantage for her in this particular class. We get sheep in motion, like her to get out of her front end just a little bit more athletically, but that's being nitpicky in a class that I think she needs to win. And so nice sheep to lead off with there. Big-footed, heavy-structured one that's in 2, and the young lady's doing a really good job getting her shown. That one is very, very good in her upper rib cage, and as a result, she handles with a great big back directly behind her shoulder. She maybe deviates just a little bit over her loin, needs to just prop up with just a little bit more look of quality as you get off to the side of her, but certainly one that can get out and scoot and motor, has a little bit more length of body and presence than maybe the one that comes out in third. In third, we have a sheep that I think is very, very proportionate. She's a little smaller, but certainly one that has the right kind of proportions. I like her a good deal in her center body and her back width and her muscularity and her handling quality. Step off to the side of her, I think she gets just a little bit plainer as we study her up front. Maybe just doesn't match quite the same look as we work through the front third of her skeleton as the 2 that we started with. Really like a lot about the sheep that's in fourth. I think that one proportions extremely well. She props up extremely well. Just not as much there to her. And, months ago I would have said we give her a pass because she's just a little bit more immature and juvenile. I think obviously showing in November, we're hoping that they have the maturity with them, but certainly one that you like a great deal in terms of structure, build, balance, just needs to be a little bit more sheep there. Kind of an opposite discussion as we get into 5. That's a big, stout, high-performing ewe lamb down there, and certainly one that you like a great deal in terms of her performance. Unfortunately, she's just a little heavier conditioned, maybe just a little staler in terms of her look from the side, and then I'd like to take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder, allow her to get out of her front end just a little bit more comfortably. Congratulations to those kids. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Placing on Class 2 of our Slickshorn Senior U Lambs for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First place goes to entry 150, Amara Bugenhagen, Makwangago, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Showstock 25007. Second place to entry 145, Reagan Lepper, Argus, Indiana, with Michael 178. Third place to 148, Claire Perogowitz, Lisbon, Ohio. 4 to 147, Kylie McCoy, Albion, Indiana. And 5 to entry 153, Leland Ging, Rushville, Indiana.
Really a fun way to kick off the female side on the Hampshire division, Slick Hamps. I think a tremendous amount of quality, and obviously as we show those things late into their show ring career, it gets harder and harder to keep them together, and I commend the young people and their families for bringing us a set that they've worked very, very hard on and been able to maintain some handling quality and some freshness as we work into these later maturities. There's one that I think is very, very nice, and I think she wins, and then I think it gets closer for reserve between the second in that class and another class winner. I think on the move, there's just more natural elevation of front end and front end quality of the one that I will use for reserve, but the one that is second to our champion, I think very, very stout, powerful, good handling sheep, just needs to be a little tidier as we work up front. But really nice class. Young man with the one out of second class is going to be our champion. Young lady up here who out of the first class can be reserved. Congratulations.
Placing on the early Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Pole Dorsets. First place went to entry number 115, Purple Haven Farm 2410, Iris Gensley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. Second place to entry 116, Slack 4188, Carter Bills, Columbia City, Indiana. Third place to entry 126, Zoe Johnson, Sycamore, Illinois. 4 to 125, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. And 5 to 99, Charlie Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. Placing over on the Porter Lester class of white January ewe lambs. First to entry number 56, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts, with H. Barkley 2523. Second to entry 60, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio, with J. Baird 250006. Third to entry number 59, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Fourth to 52, Carly Mailing, Cape Nettic, Maine. And fifth to 57, Callie Opliger, Smithville, Ohio. Our senior champion U goes to the first place U 107 out of the second class of yearling ewes, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, Ellerbrock 20428. The reserve senior champion to entry 139 out of the first class of yearling ewes, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2385. Placing on the late slick-shorn yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 100, Silversmith 24101, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Second place to 108, WD Dorsets 1362, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. Third to entry 106, Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 110, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York. And 5 to 109, Brackney Fulford, Crawfordsville, Indiana.
That's just more of that modern type of female, one that's a bit more porous in terms of her design. I'd like to fix that front end assembly, get her to be a bit more smooth in those transitions. But again, one that's very carcass oriented, one that's got some filling power underneath. We just need to put those parts and pieces together a little bit more smoothly to get this
Yeah, good class over on the Hampshire side, particularly these top three. I think bring a lot of quality. Kind of the in between is the one that we lead off with. I like that one a good deal in motion. That's her best view on the standstill. She gets just a little lazy at times in terms of her top line. But that one is stout and powerful. She's got a great touch, great handle. And then as we set the sheep in motion, she's very, very flexible and gets out of both ends very well. Obviously has an advantage in terms of just bulk mass and stoutness over the one that's in second. Has an advantage in terms of front end quality and movement over the sheep that's in third. To me, the decision is between 2 and 3. And the clubby guys will tell you the one in second doesn't have enough muscle. I would tell you that that one is extremely good from the side. She is high quality through her front end. She's got a great touch. Does she need to be stouter out of her hip in order to beat that one that precedes her? She does. But where she's better than the one in third is her height to shoulder, her ability to get out of her front end with athleticism, and her length from there forward. I think a very, very good picture that one paints. She just needs a little bit more bulk. Love the center body of the one that comes out in third. That one is wide-chested, wild-bodied, really, really big backed and big from behind. If you could take her from her four-rib back, I'm not sure that there's a whole lot that can beat her in this class. Unfortunately, as you work from there forward, a little bit more upright in her shoulders. She's a little bit shorter in terms of her neck, and as we get the 3 in motion, she's the one that just slides in the third from just a movement and athleticism perspective. The one that comes out in 4, big and pretty, really, really good built. One that, again, maybe comes in just a little bit more piecey package from the side. We could use just a shot more four-rib shape in that one, just a shot more in terms of expression of muscle from behind. But I do think that her height, the shoulder, and extension up front is what allows her to prevail over the sheep that's in 5. I like the sheep in 5th in terms of soundness of structure. Very basic in her build, and I mean that in the most positive sense of the term. I think she's very mobile. She sounds structured. She's one that at this age is starting to show the effects of maturity just a little bit, a little plainer up front, a little bit more depth in terms of her blade and her shoulder up front, and then she could be just a tick better as she sends her loin back into her hip there. But really good class here. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Placing on the February U Lamb class for the White Border Leicester Show. First place goes to entry 72, Jay Baird, 25020, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to entry 63, Fogel, 1248, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio. Third place to entry 76, Parker Wetzel, Franklin Grove, Illinois. 4 to 66, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. And 5 goes to entry 73, Emma Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Placing on the Slickshorn January U Lamb class, the first class of those. First place to entry 251, All-Star 2507, Lily Williamson, Noblesville, Indiana. Second place to entry 245, Hogger 25003, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third place to entry number 252, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 4 to 244, Regan Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. And 5 to 249, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. We also would like to wish a very happy birthday to Brenda Lobdell today. placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the White Border Leicester Show. First place goes to entry number 81, Fogel, 1250. Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio. Second to 82, Travis Johnson, 0253. Kate Henry, Carrollton, Ohio. Third place to entry 80, Kaylee Hopplager, Smithville, Ohio. 4 to 78, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And 5 to 79, Haxton Yard, Watauga, Illinois. placing on the Border Leicester pair of white ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 88, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to 85, Callie Opliger, Smithville, Ohio. Third to 91, Emma Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. 4 to 92, Mackenzie Adams, Shabance, Illinois. And 5 to entry 86, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio. Placing on the Paul Dorset Slickshorn Fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry 140, Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Silversmith 24110. Second to 139, Knox Ritz, Corey Brothers Club Lambs, CB252, Roxa. Knox is from Brownstown, Indiana. Third to 129, Braylon Bisher, Coatesville, Indiana. 4 to 134, Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. And 5 to 132, Brianna Farrell, Columbia City, Indiana. For our Porter Lester show in the white division. Our overall champion ewe was the White March Ewe Lamb class winner, entry 81, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio, with Fogel 1250. The reserve champion goes to the first in the February ewe lamb class, entry 72, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25020. For the white border Lesters, we're now ready to show white best fleece. White best fleece is the class that should be in the ring.
Well, exceptionally good quality as we work through this class, and depending on who you have up here on the microphone, things can deviate dramatically because there is every different shape and size as you work down in through here. I like to sort them from the side. Hopefully you can see that out here. The ones that prop up the best are the ones that prevail in this particular class. I really like these top two. I think really picturesque as you get off to the side of them. One of them comes with just a little bit more bulk and mass, particularly in terms of pin setting from behind. That's where the young lady's sheep up front's going to prevail in this class. I just think that one's so good in terms of her front third. Really, really good in terms of her center body. Handling quality's on point. She's big out of her hip. If I'm going to get critical on her, and where the advantage is for the sheep that's in second is in terms of length of hip and length of stride off of her rear two. I like that better about the one that comes out in second. But boy, on the standstill and in motion, I think that one's up fronted. She is bold and stout and powerful. A neat place to start. I love the one that's in second from the side. I just think she's so good in terms of her top line, her front third design. She's so good in motion. A sheep that ultimately, as you start to really break these things down, it's just from behind. Just got to have more sheep there. She needs to be stouter and more powerful in her pin set and down into her twist and her stifle in order to beat that sheep ahead of her. But boy, those two are really, really nice. The one that comes out in three, I think, is a very good basic built sheep. She's very good in terms of just her front end design from a structural perspective. I like her in terms of her forerib. At times, she's just has a little bit of deviation in terms of her top line. And then as we get the sheep in motion, she just never really catches a gear and wants to get up out of her front end like she needs to in order to precede those two that beat her in this particular class. On the standstill, the one in fourth I had further up because that sheep is so good, and that young lady does such a great job showing that one and getting the front end out of that sheep. So good on the standstill in terms of lines and balance. It's in motion that sheep starts to lose her front end just a little bit, get just a little choppier in terms of her movement at times. The big stout one that is undoubtedly the widest chested, boldest bodied, biggest backed, and biggest ended one is the one that's in five. And I love a lot about that sheep. At times, she can hit you just a little tubey in terms of her middle as you work back into her flank line, and then just a little round, if you will, from a muscle pattern perspective as you work off both ends of her skeleton as we precede her with those that prop up just a little bit better up ahead of her. Really nice class here. Love the one in six. Seventh is a really nice sheep as you work down and through here. High quality class. Giving them kids a big round of applause as they exit.
For our Slickshorn Pole Dorset show, our senior champion ewe goes to the first place in the Slickshorn Late Yearling Ewe class, entry 100. Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio, with Silversmith 24101. The reserve champion was first place in the Slickshorn Fall Ewe Lamb class, entry 140. Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Silversmith 24110. Placing on the second class of Slickshorn January ewe lambs for the Hampshire show. First to entry 231, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with Slick 2510. Second place to 238, Reagan Clark, Bloomington, Indiana, with Baker Show Lambs 2506. Third to 226, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. 4 to 227, Ashton Royer, Sharpsburg, Maryland. And 5 to entry 221, Grayson Alley Parker, Barnesville, Georgia. For the Border Leicester show, best white fleeced animal is in entry number 98, shown by Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio, with Fogel 1250. Border Leicester exhibitors, following this young flock class, we will have a best headed white Border Leicester ram class, followed by a best headed Border Leicester U class. I would suggest that you kind of put the Rams on one side of the ring and the U's over on the other side, since most of them are out there right now anyway. Placing on the young breeders flock for the White Border Leicester Show, first place goes to entry 118, Emmett Fogel, with Fogel 1257. Emmett is from Shreve, Ohio. Second place to 121, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25020. Third place goes to Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Fourth to 125, Emma Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. And 5 to 120, Callie Opliger, Smithville, Ohio.
exceptionally good class here. You work through these top 3, 4, 5 in this particular class, and I'm sure that this is as competitive of a set as we will see throughout my time here this weekend. And again, I think depending on who you have up here on the microphone, these things can float around in different ways. But the one thing that I never wavered from is the minute that this sheep hit the ring, I thought that she was so good in terms of her pattern and her build and her skeleton. And all I was hoping is that when I got my hands on her, she met with enough stoutness, enough power, and enough handling quality, and I think she certainly does. What she does better than 2 and 3 in this class is front end design. She's so good in terms of her blade angle, the thinness of her neck, and just the ability to get out of her front end. I think she's very, very good. Nice sheep to start. That's nothing taken away from 2 and 3 because I'm sure they didn't load up to be third or second in this particular class. The sheep in second is so good from her forerib back. Very, very good in her forerib. She's so good out of the top side of her hip. A sheep that, as you get your hands on her, she's okay there. Certainly has as much width and spread up high as any. It's up front that I wish she would just get more mobile out of her knee and out of her front end design. That's how she beats the one ahead of her. Unfortunately, she's just a little tentative in terms of her movement up there today. That's why she sits in second. The Stoutie's the one in 3. That one is as big backed, as big ended as anything that we will probably see today. So good at the top side of her skeleton. She is wild in terms of her muscularity, and yet with that, she gets out and moves well. It's up front that as we start being ultra critical, that sheep's a little shorter in terms of her neck. She's a little thicker up there, a little more pronounced at the base of her shoulder, and so that's why she finds her way into third. But boy, from her forerib back, that sheep is an absolute powerhouse. The one that comes out in 4, I love that sheep again, forerib back. I think she's so good in terms of foot and bone work and stoutness of feature. Very, very good in terms of handling quality, and still for this stage of the game, very youthful. Again, of the sheep in the top 4 here, we set them in motion. That one up front in terms of just her blade angle and the ability to get out of her front end just needs to be more athletic there. She needs to be naturally taller fronted and naturally more athletic in terms of how she gets out of her front end to get up ahead of 3 really, really high quality ones up ahead of her. The one that comes out in 5, I love that sheep's basic build. So good in terms of just soundness of structure. Freedom of movement, she's the best one in class. I love that one down at the ground, her ability to get out of both ends. Unfortunately, when you get into a lineup of this caliber and she gets just a little plainer as you get off to the side of her, just a little deeper in terms of her front end design than those 4 that precede her in this class. High quality class here. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
For our Border Leicester show, in the white division, our best-headed ram went to Emmett Fogel with Fogel 1257. The best-headed ewe to Josie Baird with 2408. Josie's from Canfield, Ohio. Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn January ULAM class, class number 3. First place to 210, Jada Schroyer with OH 20223304. Jada's from DeGraff, Ohio. Second place to entry number 202, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, with Ellerbrock 21154. Third to entry 201, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4 to entry number 173, Jackson Ritter of Fortville, Indiana. 5 to entry 197, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Placing on the natural colored border Leicester show for fall Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 128, Gage Sather of Bumpass, Virginia, with Echo 2510 Kinney. Second place to 129, also Gage Sather, with Echo 2501 Kevin. Placing on the Slickshorn Winter Ewe Lamb class for the Pole Dorset show. First place to entry 212, Men in Livestock, 5393, Madeline Crouch, Springville, Indiana. Second place to 195, Tenant Livestock, 2504 ET, Brooklyn Hodep, Jonesboro, Indiana. Third place to 192, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. Fourth place to 208, Reagan Barlow, Summerfield, Florida. And 5 to entry number 203, Brianna Fisher, Holiday, Tennessee. Placing on the natural colored Border Leicester Junior Show, first place in the early class of Spring Ram Lambs goes to entry 134, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25012. Second place to 136, Elizabeth Handlin, Bear, Delaware, with Handlin 2503, Decentra. Third place to 131, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. 4 to 132, Sophia Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. And 5 to 130, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland.
Well, good class here. Again, a lot of deviation, just differences in terms of type and kind as you work in through here. You've got some more papered built sheep and then some more weathery type sheep as you work in through here. I guess I just try and find the ones that can do it all. But I like the one up front a good deal. And really, it's when you turn them loose. That sheep is so good in terms of her proportions and her natural ability to balance when she's in motion. I like her height to shoulder. That's her biggest advantage over the sheep in second. Height to shoulder, length up front, and certainly one that I like in terms of how she gets out of her front end just a little bit more accurately. From her forerib back, I love the sheep in second. That thing is wild-bodied, big backed, and big from behind, and really good in terms of her hind leg set. I don't know that she's naturally as elevated as the one that we lead off with, and as we get the sheep in motion, starts to drop her front end just a little bit. The sheep that comes out in third, really good bodied, really good in terms of her hip and hind leg. We need to take her neck, set it on the top side of her shoulder, and allow her to just prop up with just more natural look and balance as we get off to the side of them. But certainly one, again, forerib back, there's a lot to like in that one. I like her size, I like her performance, and her leanness and freshness at this stage just needs to be better up through her front third. Boy, I like a lot about the one that comes out in four. That sheep is exceptionally good structured, very good in terms of her side profile, props up exceptionally well. Very good in terms of handling quality behind her shoulder. It's just as you step in behind the sheep of these top four, that's the plainest pinned one that just needs more punch from behind. But boy, you take her from her hooks forward or her loin forward, there's a lot of good in that particular sheep. Wide-chested, bold-bodied, good proportion sheep that comes in 5, gets around the ring well and is good in terms of her structure. That's how she precedes some of these that sit against the fence. Unfortunately, she's a little heavier conditioned, maybe showing the effects of age just a little bit more as we get later into the show career here. Need to be leaned up and just freshened up to get further up. Congratulations. Nice class there.
Placing on the Slickshorn January ULAM class, the fourth of those classes. First place goes to entry number 188, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana, with Wheaton, MI 1269. Second place to entry number 172, also Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana, with Wheaton, MI 1269 25053. Third place to entry number 178, Lauren Heft, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 192, TK Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. And fifth place to entry number 181, Allison Cords, Charlotte, Michigan. Results on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Intermediate Winter ewe lamb class. First place goes to entry 177, Brian Scherer of Shreve, Ohio, with Shell House Livestock Company 25083. Second to Harper Nichols with Nichols Sheep Farm W 2525. Harper is from Jerseyville, Illinois. Third place to entry number 269, Samantha Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry number 172, Lauren Brown, Mulberry, Indiana. And fifth place to entry 180, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored spring ram lamb class for the Border Lesters. First place to 141, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio, with Campbell 84 4 or 00003272.5. Second place to 137, Rowan Week, Overlook Manor Farm of 6663. Rowan is from Chevy Chase, Maryland. Third place to 142, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Fourth place to 144, Greg Sather, Bumpus, Virginia. And 5 to 138, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware.
Really good class over on the Hampshire side. It just seems like they keep coming and the quality just keeps getting better. There's as much depth in this particular class as anything that we've seen today, and we sent a lot of really good ewes out. What I'll say is the one that leads off is just more my kind. I love that one's height and relation of balance to length of body there. I think that one is naturally tall fronted, naturally extended up through her front end, and yet with that still has handling quality. She's not the punchiest muscled one out here. She's not the biggest backed one, but what she is exceptional in terms of just her balance and build and skeleton and structure and movement as we get these things turned loose. 2 and 3 to me are both very close. To me, that's a pair that are very similar in terms of their advantages. I read the one in second coming out of her forerib, out of her shoulder into her forerib, a little bit more explosive than the one in third. To me, she's maybe just a little bit more consistent as we get out in motion in terms of her top line. That one is wild in terms of her back shape, really, really big out of her hip. She just doesn't match up front with the same quality as the one that leads off. I love the one in third in terms of stoutness of feature, big-footed, heavy-structured. That's as woolly-legged as one that we've seen so far today, and she's got really, really good handling quality. It's as we set the sheep in motion that she gets a little bit more upright in terms of her shoulder, not quite as comfortable in terms of how she sends her neck out of her shoulder, just needs to be more elevated when we get them in motion. I like a lot about the one that comes out in 4. To me, again, sound-structured, bold-bodied one. Just comes in a few more pieces as we get off to the side of them. To me, she's one that's a little bit heavier conditioned, and as a result, she's starting to show maybe just a little bit more lower shoulder and breastplate as we get off to the side of them. But that's a really, really nice sheep to be down there in 4. Really good sheep back there in 5 that is exceptional in terms of soundness of structure and height to shoulder. Didn't think that she had quite the same punch and power as maybe some of these up ahead of her. And I think as we set the sheep in motion, maybe that one struggles to maintain herself and maintain her balance just a little bit more than the 4 that precede her. Congratulations, great class there.
Placing on the early class of Slickshorn February ewe lambs for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First place in that class went to entry 312, Ohio 81638651, Anara Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Second place to entry number 298, Terradice 25061U, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third place to 307, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 299, Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. And fifth to 310, Isabella Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Placing on the Border Leicester class of natural colored yearling ewes, first place to entry 156. Week, Overlook Manor Farm, 6432, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. Second place to entry 162, Echo, 2402, Indy. Caitlin Malling, Cape Nedick, Maine. Third to entry number 150, Sophia Kinney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 154, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Fifth place to entry 155, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas.
Well, exceptionally good class again over here in the Hampshire side, and I think again just a lot of differences in terms of type and kind. I like the two up front. To me, the one that leads off has more just in terms of her center body and width over her loin than the one in second, but really, really good in motion. That's where she has her biggest advantage. As we set these sheep in motion, she's naturally elevated about her front end, really good in terms of her center body, hip and hind legs exceptionally good. Just puts a lot of stuff together in a high quality package. She's not the trendiest shaped one or the most out there one, but what she is sound structured, very, very good in terms of her body shape, and just really, really flat in terms of her top line and her back. I love the handling quality of the young man's sheep that comes out in second, and he does a whale of a job getting that one shown. Very, very good in terms of just how that one's front end comes out of her. I love her in terms of her handling quality down her top line. She handles like an absolute rock. She's big out of her hip. Again, one that I don't know that matches quite the same just roundness of body shape or just niftiness in terms of just her bottom line compared to that one that we lead off with, but certainly one handling qualities in her favor, touches in her favor. Just need to make her just a little bit better as we get off to the side of her to beat that one up front. The one that comes out in third, I love the bottom part of her skeleton, really, really big in terms of her feet and her feature. That's a sheep that if we could make just a little bit longer bodied, I think she's a contender. One that gets just a little shorter, and surprisingly, as you step to handle that one, she's just a little hotter to the touch and just a little softer as you get your hands on her. Just needs to be firmed up from a handling quality perspective. Big high-performing ewe that comes out in four that just never really got comfortable out here. She's maybe just one that wants to fight the front end. I don't read her necessarily upright in her blade, but her neck just needs to be a little bit freer and smoother in terms of how she sends it out of the top side of her shoulder. She's very robust. She's very wide-backed and very big from behind. Just needs to be more comfortable out here and more comfortable as we get out on the go. I like a lot about the sheep that sits down in fifth, and surprisingly, she handles with more muscularity than you would expect from the outside. Young man does a good job getting her shown, getting the front end out of her. Unfortunately, as you step in behind the sheep, that's where she sits fifth in this class. Just a plainer pinned one that just gets a little bit narrower as we step in behind them. Just needs more punch there as we step in behind that sheep. Congratulations. Really good class. Fun class there. Give them a round of applause.
Placing on the Pole Dorset late Slickshorn Winter Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 156, Dyer Club Lambs K476, Grayson Bell, Medill, Oklahoma. Second to 160, AAA Showstock 0095, Pearl, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. Third to 155, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. 4 to entry 164, Brady Miller, Lafayette, Indiana. And fifth to 153, Colby Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. Placing on the class of Slick Shorn February ewe lambs, that's the intermediate class for the Hampshire show. First place to entry number 275, 25-087, Parker Wheaton, Caledonia, Michigan. Second to 279, Menon, IN 495402, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Third to 281, Carly Buchanan, Staunton, Virginia. Fourth place to entry 284, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. And 5 to 293, Garrett Might, Avalon, Wisconsin. Placing on the border Leicester show for the natural color fall ewe lamb, first to 163, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Placing on the border Leicester natural color January ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 164, Hanlon 2504, Daffodil, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. Second place to 166, Aretta S501, Sophia Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Third to 165, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn Spring ewe lamb class, placing of the natural colored border Leicester February ewe lamb class, first place to entry 170. Jay Baird, 25022, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to entry 173. Hanlon, 2507. Delilah Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. Third place to 168. Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Fourth place to 171. Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. And 5 to 169. Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio.
Really good duo up here on top in the slick hamps over here, and I just love this one's pattern from the side. So good in terms of her top line. To me, her smoothness of shoulder and length of hip is a little bit more appropriate than the one in second, and as a result, you get off to the side of those two sheep, and that one just paints a really, really good picture. Get them in motion. I think she's more mobile from that aspect as well. Now, the really neat built one is the one that comes out in second. That one's very shallow shouldered. Her forerib is very, very good. That ewe is as big backed and big ended as anything in this particular set. Love that sheep from that aspect, and her handling quality is on point. You get into this quality and you just start splitting hairs, in my opinion. She gets a little bit shorter on the top side of her hip. She's not quite as good in terms of the smoothness of the base of her shoulder. It's the sheep that we lead off with. Two very high quality ones to lead off in this particular class. Stout, powerful one that's in 3 that just never really gets comfortable out here. That one is really, really big back, big ended, big in terms of her center. Just needs to be more comfortable through her front end. The one that comes in 4, love that sheep in terms of her length of side, length of front end. At times on the standstill, you can get that one further up. We get the sheep in motion. To me, she comes in just a few more pieces as we compare her to those that come further up in this class. I don't know that she matches with just as much genuine stoutness and power up high and from behind as these ones that precede her. And then the Stoutian class is down there in 5. Big-footed, heavy-structured, wide-built, muscular, and very, very stout. You get off to the side of these sheep, and that's where she sits in 5th. She's just a little bit more compact, little rounder, and just a little bit shorter as we work up through her front end. Congratulations to those 5, really high-quality class.
Placing on the early Slick Shorn Spring Ewe Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to 265. Stillwell 25083, Thomas Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Second place to 259, Leader 0844, Ava Leader, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Third to 258, Taylor Workman, Springfield, Ohio. 4 to 262, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, and 5 to entry number 255, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Placing on the late class of Slick Shorn February ewe lambs for the Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry number 265, Beckmeyer Brothers, 2533, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. Second place to 262, AC 25-024, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third place to 257, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 267, Brian Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. And 5 to 268, Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Results from the natural colored Border Leicester class of March and later born ewe lambs. First place to entry 178. Campbell, 84, 25, 75, 735. Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Second place to 177. Week, Overlook Manor Farm, 25117, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Third to 179, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Fourth place to 175, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. And 5 to entry 176, Roman Yard, Watauga, Illinois.
Again, a lot of variation in this particular class, but undoubtedly the best one, in my opinion, is the one up front here that the young man has. And again, it starts to the ground in terms of just squareness and mobility, but as you work up from there, very good in terms of her body shape. Not the biggest sheep in the world, but certainly adequate in terms of her size. Really, really good in terms of her handling quality. And as you work back to her loin, her hip, and her stifle, that's where she has the biggest advantage over the sheep that comes in second. Young man brings us one in second that's taller fronted, taller bladed, and more extended up there. I don't know that she maintains her balance quite as well as we get them out in motion, but she is mobile, she is sound, and that's where she has the advantage over the really neat built one that comes out in third. I like her added length, and I like her mobility in terms of her hock and hind leg placement. The one that comes out in three is as neat built as any of them in this particular class on the standstill. She has got the big fuzzies down low. She is round-bodied and really wild in terms of the shallowness of her front end. Big in terms of her back, big from behind, all of those things on the standstill. You can propel her further forward if that's your prerogative. We get them in motion. I think she just needs to get out and flow just a little bit better in terms of length of hip, stride of her hind leg, and mobility as she plants and goes. The one that comes out in four, really, really good in terms of handling quality. Young man does a good job getting that one shown. I like her a good deal in terms of her loin edge, in terms of the edge of her top line. And she is square and stout from behind. It's from the side that she gets just a little plainer than some of those that precede her. Need to hook her loin just a little bit more correctly back into her hip as she transitions into her rear third. Big, extended, really good looking one that'll be fun to feed on as that one matures into a yearling next year. I think the basics are there. She's just a little skinnier as we study her out here. Really good in terms of her balance. Just needs to be a little bit more sheep there in terms of chest width and forerib shape as we try to move her further up in this class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Border Leicester natural colored pair of ewe lamb class, first place went to Alyssa White of Lower Salem, Ohio. Second to Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. Fourth place, Brianna Moeller. And fifth, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. For our natural colored Border Leicester show, our champion ewe came out of the February class. Entry 170, Josie Baird of Canfield, Ohio, and Jay Baird 25022. The reserve champion came from the fall ewe lamb class. Entry 163, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor Farm 6550. Placing on the intermediate Slickshorn Spring ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first place went to entry 244. Emery Yoho, Silver Smith, 2593. Emery's from Yates Center, Kansas. Second place to entry 239. Cole and Kendall Ellerbrock, P15. Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. Third place to 249, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. Fourth place to 246, Laney Pop, Elkhorn, Wisconsin. And fifth place to entry number 240, Adeline Poff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. Placing on the early March ewe lamb class for the Slickshorn Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry number 345, Capo 3036, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. Second place to CBSS MIC 14270482, Charles Smith, Brown City, Michigan. Third to entry 354, Tyson Black, Lafayette, Tennessee. Fourth place to entry 343, Garrett Might, Avalon, Wisconsin. And 5 to 348, Samantha Eberhardt, Carlisle, Indiana. From the Natural Colored Border Leicester show, our best fleeced animal went to Rowan Week of Chevy Chase, Maryland, with the Fall Ewe Lamb Week Overlook Manor 6550.
Well, over on the Hampshire side, I think a nice pair of them to start off with up here that have the right kind of body shape and leanness and front end quality. Set the two in motion. I think they both get around well. One of them just comes with more in terms of feature, more in terms of true back shape and muscularity. That's the young man up front. I think a stout, powerful one that's got a good look still gets out and motors well. The one that comes out in second, I love from the side. Hide quality is exceptionally good. Young man does a good job getting her shown. Just one that doesn't quite have as much sheep to her as the one that precedes her in this particular class. Start up in her bone work and her chest floor, just not quite as busted open in her lower skeleton as the one up front. Really a stout, powerful one that's in 3 in this class. And if you were to just sort them on the standstill, there's conversations that could be had about getting that one further up in this particular class. As you get her out and get her in motion, she's just a little bit more mature and deep in terms of her shoulder up front and her breastplate. Just maybe throws her out of balance a little bit, but boy, from her forerib back, she is big in terms of her center. Her hind leg works the right way, has the right kind of handling quality, just needs to be a little tidier as you work up through her front third. Nice sheep that comes out in 4, basic builds, very good, sound structured, one that gets out of both ends well, has some handling quality, just a little bit plainer as you get off to the side of her, base of her shoulder, and then back into her forerib. Needs to be just a little bit better up through her front third compared to these ones up here. Step in behind that sheep. I don't know that she matches the power of the one that precedes her in this particular lineup. Younger sheep that comes out in 5 that I think's got a lot of future from a build and balance perspective, just not quite there as we study her from a show readiness standpoint. I like her in terms of the height of her shoulder. I like her in terms of the length of her top line. Needs to transition down her top line smoother and hook into her loin back into her hip a little bit smoother, but certainly one that's got a ton of future. Really good class there. Fun lineup. Congratulations to that crew.
Placing on the Border Leicester Natural Colored Young Flock class, first place to entry 202, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to 207, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Third to Rowan Week of Chevy Chase, Maryland. Fourth place to 203, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. And fifth to entry 204, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of late slick-shorn spring ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place to 234, Black Pearl Livestock 0044, Quinlan Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas. Second to 230, HSRD Livestock 22503, Miss Piggy, Savannah Artman, Rutledge, Georgia. Third to 235, Reagan Allen, Cheyenne, Wyoming. 4 to 232, Kaysen Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. And 5 to entry 223, Holden Beath, Rutledge, Georgia. placing on the class of Slickshorn March ewe lambs in the late division. First place, these are for the Hampshires. First place to entry 319. Johnson Family Showstock 25204, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to 356, Rockin' J 25010, Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. Third place to entry number 339, Everett Mueller, Adele, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 329, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin. And fifth place to 320, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. For our best headed individuals from the natural colored Border Leicester show, our best headed ram was exhibited by Elizabeth Hanlon on 2503, and the best headed ewe by Lauren Thompson on 24112. Again, that does conclude our Border Leicester show. We are now ready for natural colored. Natural colored. Again, the first class for the natural colored show is Senior Ram Lambs. In Ring C, we are running, showing for Junior Champion in the Slickshorn Hampshire ewe lambs. Again, Junior Champion for Hampshire Slickshorn is currently being shown in Ring C. In the Ring A, we're showing Dorset, Paul Dorset, Junior Champion as well. For our Slick Shorn Pole Dorset show, our junior champion ewe goes to entry 244 from the Slick Shorn Intermediate Spring Ewe Lamb class, Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Silver Smith 2593. The reserve champion junior goes to entry 156 out of the late Slick Shorn Winter Ewe Lamb class, Grayson Bell. Middle Oklahoma with Dyer's Club Lambs K476. Our grand champion, Slick Shorn Dorset ewe, was our junior champion ewe. That was entry 244 from the Slick Intermediate Spring Ewe Lamb class, Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Silver Smith 2593. Reserve grand champion ewe was our junior reserve champion, entry 156 out of the Slick Late Winter Ewe Lamb class, Grayson Bell, Midal, Oklahoma, with Dyer Club Lambs K476. We're now ready. Dorset, Pole Dorset State Flock will now take place. That consists of a ram, a yearling ewe, and 2 ewe lambs. Different exhibitors from the same state or can be the same region. They can be slicked or fitted. That is your next class, Dorset exhibitors. Pole Dorset State Flock is your next class. Placing on the natural colored senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 1, Kaylee Holleran of Waterloo, Illinois, with Walnut Grove 0135. Second place to entry 3, Sawyer Randolph, DeWitt, Missouri, with 24-69. Uptown Flash.
Well, over on the Hampshire side, extreme quality. My hat's off to these exhibitors, their families, or whoever's helping them outside of the ring, because I thought the classes were extremely tough. We saw a lot of different kinds as we went down and through, and I'm sure there's people on the outside of the ring that probably had favorites further up in class than maybe where I put them. When you get into evaluating shows of this depth, it is just little things that can separate classes. And so I think as you work back out here, there's an extremely high quality set. In my mind, it comes down to just a few of them. There was one of them that I thought was really, really good in class. She comes back out here, and I was hoping that she would look really, really good again. And I just think she is a high-level Hampshire sheep. To me, it gets a little bit closer for reserve, but there's another one that I think just in terms of skeleton and structure and build winds up following into reserve. Again, extremely high-quality lineup. I've spent enough time on the microphone. I like sheep that ultimately can get out and go and be as good looking on the move as they are on the standstill. There's a couple of them out here that I think do that just a little bit better than the rest. I'll go out and get you a champion reserve in your junior division. Put your hands together for a really good lineup.
For the Slickshorn Hampshire show, our junior champion went to entry 210 out of the Class 3 Slickshorn January class. Jada Schroyer of DeGraff, Ohio, with 3.304. The reserve junior champion was the first place in Class 4 January ULAM, entry 188. Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana, with Wheaton, 25067. For our Pole Dorset show, our winning state flock is Ohio. Now ready to start our Horn Dorset show, we need fitted fall ram lambs into ring A.
really good over on the Hampshire side, and my compliments are off to these kids, and certainly the homes that they come from. I thought the Hampshire show, the Slick Hamps, and the Fitteds both were exceptionally good. We stepped it up. I think when we got into the slicks, it is exceptionally good. The quality as we come back out here to select for a champion Hampshire, I think is lights out. And be interesting to see later on in the weekend how these things stack up as we get into the Supreme Drive. I don't know how much fun the guys are having in the other two rings, but I'm having a blast over here, and I'll be honest with you, when I took this job, this is exactly what I was expecting to see. Extremely high quality, really, really top-end livestock. Kudos to you guys. I've talked to them before. I'll set the mic down. I'll get you a champion in reserve. I think the Grand and the Reserve are both way, way high-quality livestock. Congratulations to the exhibitors. Put your hands together if you would.
Next class for the Hampshire show is Young Flock, and then that'll be followed by Pair of Hampshires. Our grand champion, Slick Shorn, Hampshire, was our junior champion out of out of class 3 of our January ewe lambs. Jada Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio, with 3.304. The reserve grand champion exhibited on the first place animal out of the class 2 yearling ewes. That's entry 107, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, with Ellerbrock 20422. Again, now ready for Young Flock. And that can be a mixture of slick and fitted, or all slick or all fitted. But we will show Young Flock and the pair class, and you can have those mixed, or you can have them as slick or as fitted, both of them. Placing on our junior Ram Lamb class for the natural colored show, first place went to entry 8, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri, with E. Anderson M2505. Second place to entry 6, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 1019, Medicine Man. Our champion natural colored ram was that first place junior Ram Lamb, entry 8, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri, with E. Anderson M2505. And our reserve grand champion ram was entry number 6, our second place junior Ram Lamb, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 1019, Medicine Man. The winner of the Hampshire Young Flock class receives their traveling trophy, and that goes to Samantha Eberhardt of Carlisle, Indiana. In this Hampshire pair class, it can be any two Hampshires, regardless of age or sex, as long as it's owned by one junior exhibitor. This will be a traveling trophy sponsored by the Krakow Hampshire Flock. Placing on the Horn Dorset junior or fitted fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 3, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 22. Second place to entry 1, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2505. Third place to entry 2, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted winter Ram Lamb class for the National Junior Horn Dorset Show. First place to entry 4, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle, W 9206. The best pair of Hampshires goes to Clark Coyle of Danville, Kentucky. That does conclude our Hampshire show. We are ready for Shropshires. We do want to announce the random draw to have DNA drawn for the Shropshire Junior Show today. The Fall Ram Lambs, the first place animal. The January through February 15th Ram Lambs, fifth place animal. February 15th and later Ram Lambs class, 4th place animal. The yearling U class number 1 will be the 3rd place animal, and the yearling U class number 2, the 6th place animal. I've also been asked to read their special rules. All Shropshire entries are required to be slick shorn. Wool may be left below the knees and hocks and on the face and head from the poll forward. The remainder of the body is to be shorn to the skin within 5 days of the show date. No wool may be left above knees or hocks or on the belly or flanks. Any entry not adhering to these rules will be dismissed from the show ring. In essence, there are no second chances. Placing on the yearling U class for the natural colored show. First place goes to entry 24, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Pines Inn natural colored 23-51, Believe. 2 to entry number 15, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2402. Third to entry 23, Laney Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. Fourth place to 22, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, and 5 to entry 25, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio.
single entry to kick off the Shropshire show over here. I think one that could have stood some more competition. Again, if you listen through the first two breeds of the day, start at the ground and work up, and I think he's covers those basics. He's good-legged, good in his angles, certainly one that has handling quality. He's got the right kind of body shape up high. Could have stood some more competition. Congratulations to those two.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Horn Dorset Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 9, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2502. Second place to entry number 12, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 2424. Third to entry 13, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. 4 to entry 8, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And 5 to entry number 6, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class for the Shropshire National Junior Show, first place to entry 2, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 4314. Champion Ram for your National Horn Dorset show is our first place fitted Fall Ram Lamb, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 22. Reserve champion came out of this Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class, entry 9, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2502. Placing on the natural colored Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 17, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 0950, Spicy. Second place to entry 18, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with Scotch Lane Farm, CT 580943, Tia. Third place to entry number 14, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to 14, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 5 to 16, Jamie Lynn Widman, Bel Air, Maryland.
A good class here in just about every different size and shape that you could possibly imagine. And so it makes it a little bit more challenging as you get up here on the mic. But I do think the best one is the one that we lead off with. He's not the biggest one, but certainly in terms of just skeleton, feet and legs and proportions, I think he's the best. You get your hands on him. He's got a nice firm handle. He's good heighted, certainly one that runs uphill. He's not the best fronted one in the world. He's a little bigger at the base of his shoulder, the base of his neck, just a little bit there. But I think he's got enough caboose to offset it. I think that's the place to start. Big extended sheep that's very good handling to come out into. I like his upper body shape there. He maybe needs just a little bit more underline quality as we work back in behind his sheath and into his flank line there, but a sound structured one, handling quality and look just needs a little bit more through the center portion of his body. I like the sheep that's in third there in terms of just basic build. Get off to the side of him. He's good in his lines. He gets out of both ends with some flexibility. Of these top three, as you get your hands on him, he's the plainest one to the touch. Just needs to be stouter as you get right in behind those sheep. I like a lot about the one that comes out in four. You get off to the side of him. He's big-footed, heavy-structured. He's tall-fronted. He just comes in a few more pieces. He's a little bit bigger at the base of his shoulder, needs to be bigger in his forerib, and then just a little up and down in terms of his top line. The one that comes in five down there, really an up-fronted sheep that's got a good look up through his front third. Again, one that as you work through the center portion of his body could use just a little bit more, and then step in behind these sheep. Just needs a little bit more punch as we get in behind him. Congratulations to that set. Really high-quality way to start off the Shropshires.
Placing on the fitted yearling U class for the National Junior Horn Dorset Show. First place to entry 18, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota with Gadsby, 23.97. Second place to entry 20, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana with Sink Paget, 2002. Third place to entry 17, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to entry 16, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry 19, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Placing on the class of early junior ram lambs for the National Shropshire Junior Show. First place to entry number 14, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana with KJB, 2503. Second place to entry number 15, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25021. Third place to entry 9, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Fourth place to entry 17, Avery Vasco, Cambridge, Ohio. And fifth place to entry 4, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Placing on the Horn Dorset class of Slickshorn yearling ewes, first to 21, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Second place to entry 25, Brayley Kretz, Kmar, Maryland, with BSF 750. Third place to 24, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Fourth place to 27, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 5 to 22, John Altoff, Decker, Indiana.
A good lineup here as we work into the next age group of Shropshire Rams, and I think really the decisions up top, and they're very, very different in terms of the sheep that they bring to the ring. I like the one up front in terms of his added length of body. I think he's a little tidier in terms of his bottom line, the base of his shoulder, and the length and extension that he's got from there forward. I like his handling quality a little bit better. He's a little better heighted. And then certainly one that as we get him out and get him in motion, I think he maintains just a little bit more natural elevation up front. The 1 and 2 is my speed in terms of his basic build. I like his structure, his skeleton, ability to get out of both ends. He squares up good behind his shoulder. He's not quite as good over his loin, but up front, that's where he gets beat by the one in front of him. Just needs to be a little tidier there at the base of his shoulder, a little skinnier as you work up from there forward. I like the one that comes in third in terms of handling quality, length and quality up through his front third. Get off to the side of him. He's maybe just a little tubier as you work back into his rear rib and flank there. Not quite the same amount of stoutness of feature as you work further up in this particular class. But I think one that's got handling quality and hits you with some quality in terms of balance as you get off to the side. Big, high-performing buck that comes out in 4 there. Really like his length of body and his stoutness of feature. He comes in a few more pieces as you work down his top line. He just needs to be more comfortable and relaxed as he gets out on the go. The one that comes next in line, stout, powerful buck that's big-bodied, little plainer in terms of his look, and he is the heaviest conditioned one in this particular set. Round out the set with a hard-handling one that just needs to balance up a little bit better as we get him out here. Congratulations to those 6.
Placing on the Shropshire Late class of Junior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 24, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25079, call sign. Second place to entry 23, Skylar Birch, Beach Bluff, Tennessee, with Fritz 2516. Third place to 27, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to 29, Skylar Gillard, Zanesville, Ohio. And 5 to 22, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin.
Over in the Shropshire ring, we're selecting Champion Ram, and I think a nice lineup here. Obviously, you get this late in the season, and it's hard to show bucks and kind of keep them in shape. And I think I commend the young people out here for bringing these and having them in the right kind of show rig. It's not the easiest thing to do. I've talked to them already in class. I won't spend any more time. To me, it's between two of them. One of them's a little bit taller fronted and neater and tidier in terms of his bottom line and up front. The other one, I think, is a little heavier duty and stouter structured, bigger middled. I like the one that's just a little bit better in terms of his look from the side. Going to use the buck out of that last class for champion. Follow up with this buck here for reserve. Congratulations.
For the Shropshire Champion Ram goes to entry number 24 out of the late junior Ram Lamb class, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25079, call sign. The reserve champion was entry 14 out of the early junior Ram Lamb class, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with KJB, Buckland 2503. Placing on the class of senior ewe lambs for the Natural Colored Show. First place to entry 42, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 961, Bombshell. Second place to 41, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Pines Inn 2460, Maggie. Third place to entry 31, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Fourth place to 36, Harper Amos, Rushville, Indiana. And 5 to 33, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Placing on the Horn Dorset class of fitted early fall ewe lambs, first place to Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 2414. Second place to entry 30, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 21. Third to Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And fourth to 28, Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. For our Horn Dorset show, our senior champion ewe went to the fitted yearling ewe class winner. Entry 18, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Gadsby 2397. The reserve champion for the senior division goes to our first place fitted early fall ewe lamb. Entry 31, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 2414. Placing on the class of early junior ewe lambs for the Natural Colored Show. First place to entry 56, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 982, Psycho Killer. Second place to entry number 53, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2504. Third place, 55 was the entry number, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan. Fourth to 58, Lainey Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. And fifth to entry 59, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio.
Over here on the horn horses, you lambs, I think a really nice class all the way through, and maybe you can jumble them up in any way you want to. This is the way I see them in terms of priorities out here for me today. The one we're going to lead off with, one you really like is just in terms of mass and power, really long-sided, excuse me. One that's long from that 13th rib on back, good down the spine, one that balances up pretty well. She's got the extension ahead as well, really good about her breed type. I'm not going to tell you she's perfect in her front end assembly because I don't think she is, but I think in terms of putting everything together, she's the better moving one, the more extended one. We come to the sheep here in second, and man, I want this one to get out and go. Love the underline in the front end assembly of this sheep. So good in terms of her shoulder and extension up there. One that's good in terms of her underline. You put your hands on her again, really, really big top in this sheep. One that's maybe a notch more refined in my class winner. One when we set her in motion, I just need her to go out and go and show me she can get off the rear too to be able to go ahead and compete with that one. We come to the sheep here in three that is certainly a tall-sided type of a sheep. One that runs uphill, extremely long in terms of her front end. One that when we set her in motion, I just need to change her. She just doesn't want to get out and go. She doesn't want to flex off of either end. Man, if we could do that, when she's stuck still, she's the one that looks the part and makes me want to go ahead and run with her. We set her in motion, I just can't get it done. We round out the class. One that I like a great deal. I think she is so rotund and big in terms of her center body, so big in terms of her top shape. You get behind really big hip connection too. We're just too short couple today. You can go ahead and stretch this one out and give her a little more on the body to be able to compete. But boy, I really like the center body now. Congratulations.
On the Shropshire side of things, we've got two of them up front here that I think are exceptionally good in motion. That's where the ewe that obviously is a little farther or a little far along here in terms of lamb, but certainly one that is very, very good in her top line, her hip and hind legs. She's more comfortable as she gets out and goes. I think because she's more correct in terms of the angle of her blade up front, get up ahead of there, and she's very, very neat in terms of her front third design. I think a nice sheep. She's certainly one that as you get in on that mouth, she's close. But certainly one that is touching in terms of her pad and adequate from that standpoint. I think from there back, nice sheep. The one that comes out in two is a little fresher to the touch, a little leaner as you work up in her forerib, and I like that sheep a great deal from a handling quality perspective. She's bigger pinned and more impressive from behind than the one that precedes her. You set the two sheep in motion. She gets just a little tighter in the center of her top line, and I'd like to take her neck and just take it up and put it on the top side of her blade there just a little bit more correctly. Stout basic build one that comes in third that I like a good deal about. She's wide-chested, bold-bodied, just doesn't come with quite the same look or extras as the ones that precede her in this class, but I do think that she's bold-bodied and stout and powerful. The one that's in four, tall and extended, has handling quality. Really like the front end design on that particular sheep. Get the sheep in motion. She's just a little longer patterned on her rear too. Probably needs pried apart in terms of her lower skeleton just a little bit. Big bodied, good bodied one that comes out in third. Good rib shape on that sheep. On the standstill, I think you can gravitate that one further up. You get the sheep in motion. She's just a little bit more vertical off of both ends and wants to be just a little bit more tentative in her movement. Needs to be more authoritative in her stride as she takes to the halter. Congratulations to those five. Nice set there.
Placing on the Horn Dorset class of late fall, fitted late fall ewe lambs. First place to entry 34, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in Body Bluffton, Ohio with ALAM 496. Second place to 36, Colton Rumel, Sherrdsville, Ohio with Rumel Family, Dorset's 335. Third place to Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Placing on the Shropshire class of yearling ewes, Class 1. First place goes to entry number 54, Zoe Johnson, Sycamore, Illinois, with Fritz Show Lambs, 2469, Shakira. Second place to entry number 56, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with Street, 2405. Third to entry 55, Landry Street, Alexandria, Indiana. 4 to 52, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5 to entry 60, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Placing on the late junior ewe lamb class for the Natural Colored Show. First place goes to entry 49, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 1002, Hope. Second place to 47, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with Scotch Lane 1004, Wildfire. Third to entry number 45, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Fourth place to 51, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. And 5 to 52, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois.
Nice class over here on the Shropshire side in the yearling ewes, or the second half of them, and I think really three of them up high that I think there's some discussion on, but you set them in motion, and easily the best legged and most flexible one is the young man's up front here. I like her a great deal in terms of her handling quality, her stoutness and power. Step in behind the sheep. She's got a more impressive view from behind than the one that comes in second. And then ultimately, as we set them in motion, she's just considerably more comfortable than the one that comes out in third. Big-footed, heavy-structured, props upright, and gets out and goes. On the standstill, I think you can make an argument for the one that comes out in second, because I do like her height to shoulder. She's got that little bitty thin neck up front, and she's robust in terms of her center body. Get them in motion. She's just a little bit more vertical in terms of her hind leg placement. Probably needs to be just a little bit stouter as you step in behind the sheep. On the standstill, the one that you start is in third. That thing is big-footed, heavy-structured, built the right way, robust and big in terms of her muscularity, and yet props up well. As we get them in motion, she just needs to go better. For one reason or another, she's just a little tentative in her movement. She needs to catch a gear and get out and go, but I do like that one a great deal on the standstill. Like the sheep that comes out in four in terms of just her basics of lines. She's very good in terms of her top line. Hip and hind leg is good. That one, as we compare her to the three that precede her in this particular class, is just more closed up in her lower skeleton, not quite as big in terms of muscularity up high. The one that comes out in five there is one that you like in terms of her basic build. Stout featured, good in terms of her body shape. Just a little older, if you will, in terms of her look up front, and then ultimately from a high quality perspective, she's just a little softer as you get your hands on her. Nice five there. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Placing on the late class of yearling ewes for the Shropshires, first place goes to entry number 37, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with city limits 24102. Second place to entry number 41, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 24087. Third place to entry number 47, Brina Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Fourth place to 38, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fifth place to entry number 50, Troy Weber, Loudonville, Ohio. Placing on the Horn Dorset class of Slick Shorn fall ewe lambs, first place to entry 44, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Paul R. Castle, W9092. Second place to entry number 40, Rain Gallagher, Boswell, Indiana, with Gadsby 2470. Third place to entry 43, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland. Fourth place to entry 39, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. And 5 to 47, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. For our natural colored show, our champion ewe goes to entry number 42 out of the senior ewe lamb class, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Bombshell, 961. Reserve champion was entry 41, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Pines Inn, 2460 Maggie.
Well, I think the top end of this class is exceptionally good over on the Schweitzer side, particularly these top two, and they do a lot of things very well. Those things that they do are pretty similar. They're tall-shouldered, very good pattern sheep that prop up well from the side. Difference is, as you get your hands on them, there's just more to this sheep up front. I think that's a very, very good sheep that has the right kind of build and proportions, has the right kind of shape up high. She's fed right and fit right. Certainly one that gets out in motors like she's supposed to. And within the top pair here of high quality sheep, I think she's one that just has more broadness to her back and more flatness over her loin. Nice sheep there to lead off. I love the sheep in second from the side. Very, very good. Through the front third of her skeleton, so good in terms of her wedge from the side, in terms of getting progressively deeper back into her flank line. I think she props up correctly. She's one that, as we study directly right in behind her shoulder, probably could be squared up just a bit there, and then directly from behind just doesn't match with quite the same pin set or punch as the one that leads off. Those are two very, very good sheep up high here. Nice sheep in third that's just kind of a basic sheep, and I mean that in the most positive sense of the term. Sound structured, bold-bodied sheep that has the right kind of muscularity, doesn't match quite the same look or front end extension of these two up ahead of her. Nice sheep that's in four down there, a little smaller sheep that's just a little more conventional in her size, but what she is sound structured and good built and good patterned, just not quite the same in terms of performance or length of body as some of these up ahead of her. Nice handling sheep that we round out the top five with, really hard handling, firm handling sheep, one that you like in terms of her front end design. I thought as we set these 5 in motion, that's the one that's maybe just the most restricted in her movement out of her front end of these top 5. Certainly a good set here. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Over here.
Our best fleeced animal in the natural colored show went to entry number 42, Morgan Symes, Scotch Lane 0961, Bombshell, out of the Fall Ewe Lamb class. Morgan is from South Windsor, Connecticut. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Shropshire Show, first place to entry 75, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee, with Flanders VIP 4320. Second place to entry number 65, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with City Limits 24105. Third place to entry 71, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 70, Sydney Peterson, Claypool, Indiana. Fifth place to entry number 66, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Placing on the winter ewe lamb fitted for the Horn Dorsets, first place to entry 49, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 27. Second to 53, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2513. Third to 54, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Fourth to 48, Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. And 5 to 51, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana.
Here in our first place position encompasses all of that and a bit more. We really like him from his top end shape. I think he's got a lot of rib shape, a lot of style in that front end shape. I really like this range fleece, and that's what kind of excels him to the top end of the class. I love the length, I like the grip, I like the structure. It's just a nice fleece that's been well maintained. Congratulations. Doesn't take away from that range there, our second place position. One that we may like from the profile a little bit better, and a little bit better. I like the way that he's put it together in terms of his skeleton. For me today, we just don't have enough fleece for it. I'd like to see that fleece a little bit longer. I want to see a bit more character, a bit more structure to that fleece as we work from front to rear. Nice friend here in third that helps us round out the class. I tell you what, a nice traditional Hornell type of fleece here. One that's got that big, bold lock structure to it. One that's really, really nice in terms of his feet and his legs. I just think he's a little bit behind in terms of his sexual maturity. I'd like to get him cleaned up throughout the center of his body, a bit more masculine, but a nice set of Hornell racing photo. So congratulations.
Well, over here on the Shropshire U side, selecting for senior champion and exceptional lineup. Congratulations to the exhibitors. I think it really comes down to the front side here, and I think a really good set of sheep that cover the basics of soundness and build and balance. It's hard at this stage of the game to keep them fresh and keep them with the right kind of youthfulness and pattern and look. There's one out here that I think's awfully good. There's another one that I think in terms of basics of structure and combining some stoutness and power needs to follow up in reserve. I'll get you a champion in reserve in the senior lineup here. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Placing on the fitted spring ewe lamb class for the Horned Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 55, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Sink Paget 2075. Second place to Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, on entry 56, with Paul Harcastle W 9215. Placing on the Corridale class of senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 3, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2433. Second place to entry 2, Andrew Feehan, Bradner, Ohio, with Peters 2420. And third to entry 1, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. For our Shropshire show, our senior champion ewe went to our senior ewe lamb class winner, entry 75, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee, with Flanders VIP 4320. The reserve senior champion was our class 2 winner of the yearling ewes, entry number 37, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with city limits 24102. Placing on the Junior Ram Lamb class for the National Cordale Junior Show, first place to entry 8, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 25-13. Second to entry 6, Carter Heberhausen, Republic, Ohio, with Heb 963. Third to entry number 7, Camden Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio, with BAH 0099. And fourth place to entry 5, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida. For the National Cordale Junior Show, our champion ram is our senior Ram Lamb class winner. Entry number 3, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2433. The reserve champion was first in the junior Ram Lamb class. Entry number 8, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2513. We're now ready to show yearling news.
A good class over here on the Schropp side. I think a really high quality female to lead off with here that has the right kind of build and proportions from the side, and yet with that you get your hands on her, and certainly has the right kind of handling quality as well. Still good enough headed, and certainly one that you like a good deal is a combination sheep that has a good look and certainly stoutness as you get on them. The Stouty's the one in second, wide-chested, bold-bodied, really, really good in terms of top-side dimension, very good in terms of hip and hind leg and stoutness from behind. Maybe just deviates a little bit down her top line there. The way she sends her loin into her hip could be linked up just a little bit more correctly, but certainly one that's stout and wide and powerful. Like that a good deal about her. I like the tall fronted, good looking one that comes out in third as well. Runs uphill, has the right kind of neck shape up front. I think as you compare her to 1 and 2 in this particular lineup, she's a narrower chested sheep that just doesn't have as much lower body clearance or stoutness from the ground up. That's why she winds up in 3. Stout, powerful 1 in 4 that if you're just going to muscle them out, she probably wins. Big-footed, heavy-structured, wide-chested, big-bodied. Get them in motion. She needs to handle her hip and hind leg with just more athleticism and authority. And then the one that we round out the set with is really good on the standstill. I like her a great deal from that standpoint. We set the sheep in motion. She's just too tentative in her movement. Needs to get out with more authority. Congratulations to those 5.
Placing on the class of January ewe lambs, early January ewe lambs for the National Shropshire Junior Show. First place to entry 116, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with Buckham Farms B5023ET. Second place to 120, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with City Limits 25003. Third place to entry number 102, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 118, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. And fifth place to 104, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Placing on the Cordale Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 12, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, with Philippi 4-61, Rita. Second place to entry 14, Andrew Freehand, Bradner, Ohio, with Peters 2403. Third place to entry 17, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, 4-18, Brady Craig. 5 to entry 13, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Placing on the Slickshorn Winter Spring Ewe Lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first place to entry 63, Micah Haig, Jordan, Montana, with Gadsby 2513. Second to entry 64, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 25-03. Third place to 59, Colton Rummel, Sharonsville, Ohio, 4-60, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, and 5 to entry number 57, Camilla Plummer, Greencastle, Indiana. Our junior champion, Horn Dorset U, was out of the fitted winter ewe lamb class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 27. The reserve junior champion was out of the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with ALAM 496.
It's just Horn Dorset U.
Our champion Horn Dorset U was shown by Tatum Getz on entry number 18. Tatum's from Shakopee, Minnesota, with Gadsby 2397 out of the fitted yearling U class. Our reserve grand champion U was our champion Junior U. And that came out of the fitted winter ewe lamb class. Entry 49, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, Frog Hollow 27. Placing on the Cordale Senior U Lamb class, first place to entry 19, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with BWH 4133. Second place to entry 22, Angeline of Arlington, Iowa, with lean 2443. Third place to entry number 20, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Fourth to 11, Riley McKee, Dresden, Ohio. And 5 to 21, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida.
a good class here, and we sent a lot of good sheep out in this particular class. I think as you get into some of these younger age groups in the Shropshire division, maybe run into a few more breed character things in terms of some of those that maybe hit the fence just a little bit earlier. But with that said, breed characters plenty good out here in these five, and from there, they're good sheep on top of that. And so, regardless of character, I think these five prevail. I really like the one that leads off in terms of her height, the shoulder, very good in her top line. To me, she's very good in motion and maintains more natural height than does the ewe lamb that comes out in second. In second, we've got a really bold, kind of neat built one there that I think as we let her go and get out in motion, maybe gets just a little lazy up front and wants to drop her front end just a little bit. That's the difference in those two there. Love the side profile in the one that comes out in third. She's a big upstanding ewe with a lot of length of body and size and scale. Just need to match it with just a little bit more skill to width and just a little bit more handling quality up high. Really a nice sheep there in four. Big bodied, certainly very big in terms of muscularity. I think she's one that as you study up front in terms of her shoulder and her breastplate, maybe just a little bit more pronounced and further along from that standpoint. Same thing as the story that comes out in five there. I like that sheep a great deal. In fact, from her fore-rib back, that one lies further up in this class. It's her shoulder and her shape of neck up front that gets her in trouble. She just needs to be a little tidier up there. Really nice class. Congratulations to that crew.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage class of fall and winter ram lambs, first place to entry 9, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Northern Star Livestock Service 24311. Second place to entry number 5, Tate Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio, with Stevens, TS 2464. Third place to entry 4, Elizabeth Porogritz of Lisbon, Ohio. Fourth place to entry number 6, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. And 5 to entry 8, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Placing on the late class of January ewe lambs for the Shropshire Show. First place goes to entry number 84, Michaela Hodenshield, Kenton, Ohio, with ES 2507. Pardon me. It went to entry number 84, Drew Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with KJB 2516. Pardon me. Second place to entry number 83, Emma Chandler, Fredericktown, Missouri, with Charlie XCX out of Johnson Family Showstock 25016. Third to 87, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 95, Skylar Birch, Beach Bluff, Tennessee. And 5 to 88, Landry Street, Alexandria, Indiana. Placing on the January class of ewe lambs for the National Corriedale Junior Show, first place to entry 28, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2509. Second place to entry 24, Camden Hebertshausen, Republic of Ohio, with HEIB Heb 961. Third to entry number 25, Angeline, Arlington, Iowa, 4 to 23, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, and 5 to 27, Andrew Freehan, Bradner, Ohio. Placing on the Dorset Vantage Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 11, Lexi Courtney, Mill Creek, Oklahoma, with Northern Star Livestock Service 25115. Second to entry 12, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee, with Twisted Sister 2542. Third to 14, Britt Blocker, Adair, Oklahoma. 4 to 16, Gabriella Izzo, Medina, Ohio. And 5 to 15, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Champion Ram goes to first place in the fall winter Ram Lamb class. Entry 9, Tatum Getz, with Northern Star Livestock Service 24311. Tatum is from Shakopee, Minnesota. And our reserve champion was second in that same class as the champion, the fall winter Ram Lamb class, Tate Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio, with Stevens, TS 2464.
Well, good class here. A lot of quality as we work down through this particular set. To me, it's kind of a two-horse race up here at the top side of things, and they're very, very different in terms of the advantages they bring to the table. I love this sheep from the side that leads off. She's so good in terms of her elevation at the top side of her blade. Very, very good up front. She's a breedy-headed ewe that still has the right kind of stoutness and power as you get your hands on her. She's not the most muscular, but certainly squares up good and has handling quality. Right kind of rib shape, right kind of size, and certainly one that you like a good deal as you get them in motion. To me, that's the difference between the top two, because if you're to take the one in second from her four rib back, that thing is wild in terms of her shape, her body, her underlying quality, and then her hip and hind leg design. It's in motion that she gets just a little bit lower set in her neck. She gets just a little heavier up front and just needs to be more athletic the way she gets out of her front end. I like the sheep that comes out in third. Very good in terms of balance and build. Doesn't match quite the same handling quality or stoutness as the two that precede her, but from the side, you can dang sure gravitate that one further forward. Kind of the same story as the sheep that's in four. Very level topped, very sound structured. It's underneath that she's just a little bit narrower in terms of her underpinning and her skeleton down low. Unfortunately, she has the same disadvantage as you step in behind her, just needs to be stoutened up as you get in behind her. It's an advantage for the sheep that's in fifth down there, wide-chested, bold-bodied sheep. A little softer in terms of her touch and her handle, a little bit more fragile in terms of her bone work down low. Just needs to take to the lead with just a little bit more athleticism as she gets out and goes. Congratulations to this set, really high quality.
Placing on the early February ewe lamb class for the Shropshires. First place goes to entry number 156, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25068. Second place to entry 134, Laney Pop, Elkhorn, Wisconsin, with LP 25125. Third to 161, Regan Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 153, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. And fifth to entry 154, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. Placing on the class of Corriedale, February and later ewe lambs, first to 29, Andrew Feehan from Bradner, Ohio, with Peters 2504. Second to entry 31, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2520. Third to entry 33, Carter Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio. Fourth to entry 34, Angeline, Arlington, Iowa. And 5 to 32, Riley McKee, Dresden, Ohio. For our Cordell show, the champion U goes to our first place out of the February and later class, entry 29, Andrew Feehan, Bradner, Ohio, with Peters 2504. The reserve champion was second in that class, entry 31, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2520. For our Cordell show, we're now ready for best headed individual. We'll follow that with best fleeced individual, and then round it all out with your state flock class. For the Cordales, we're now ready for best or state block. For the Cordale show, best headed individual went to entry number 23. 23 came out of the January ULAM class. Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, with Cordale's 5-7 Fancy. And best fleeced Cordale went to entry number 12 out of the yearling U class, also shown by Conley Hoagland of Glendive, Montana, on Philippi 4-61. Rita.
Good class down here on the Shropshire side, and I think, again, just every shape and size you could possibly think of as you work through this particular class. But the one thing that is a non-negotiable is, as you set them in motion, the best structured, the most mobile one is the young man's up front here. I like her in terms of her center body, her stoutness, her handling quality, but her true advantage is when we ask them to go, that one just gets out more comfortably than either 2 or 3 in this particular lineup. Not the biggest sheep in the world. She's not the tallest fronted sheep in the world, but I do think she's very proportionate, very sound structured, and very high quality in terms of her handle. I like the height, the shoulder of the sheep that comes out in second. She's maybe just a little tighter in terms of her middle than the one that precedes her. As we set the sheep in motion, she's just a little bit lower tying in her neck and doesn't get out of her front end just quite as well as the sheep that precedes her in this class, but certainly one that you like a good deal in terms of just her shape of body, handling quality, and certainly muscularity on that particular sheep. The Stoutie's the one that's in 3, and I like her in terms of her foot size, her bone work, her height, the shoulder. Certainly one that handles as well as anything in class. Unfortunately, as we get them in motion and ask them to go, that one's just a little rock forward in terms of her blade, gets just a little bit more restricted in terms of her movement up there, and has just a little bit more length to her blade, throws her out of balance a little bit just in terms of motion. The one that's in 4, I like a good deal in terms of her basics. There's just not as much sheep as there is ahead of her, but high quality in terms of her handle, high quality in terms of her look. Just needs to be wider and more muscular as you work up high in terms of spanning more width from her blade back. And then a Stoutie, a good handling one down there in 5 that's maybe just in a little bit smaller package. Doesn't balance quite as well as some of these that precede her, but certainly one that you like in terms of muscularity, handling quality in this particular class. Congratulations to those 5.
For the conclusion of our Cordell show, our state flock class, our winner was Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. In the Columbia show, we've begun it with the senior Ram Lambs. Placing first in that class was entry number 1, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin, with 24-82. For our Shropshire show, placing in the late class of February ewe lambs, first place in that class to 124, Drew Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with KJB Buckland 2556. Second place to entry number 135, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25078. Third to 133, Isaac Doyle, Wapaka, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 122, Kate Bodell, Fortville, Indiana. And 5 to entry 139, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Placing on the class of junior Ram Lambs for the Columbia show, first place goes to entry number 3, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2523. Second place to entry 5, Cashton Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota, with 25-04. Third to entry 4, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 4 to entry 2, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the Dorset Advantage Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 29, Lainey Pop, Elkhorn, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Show Stock 24107 Tootsie. Second place to entry number 38, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Northern Star Livestock Service 24071. Third place to entry number 26, Kinley Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Fourth to 24, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. Fifth place to entry number 20, Cheyenne Bragg of Eustis, Florida.
A good class over here in the Shropshires, and we wind up the Shropshire day with what I think is a very good top pair, and really a stunning sheep from the side that leads off. Exceptionally good in terms of balance, very, very good through her front third. Natural height of shoulder and natural elevation through her front third's very good, and then she matches that with very good handling quality and width down her back. I think one that certainly is high quality and probably a little bit surprising in terms of the stoutness that she has when you get your hands on her. As we get into 2, the weather guys ringside will say, Randall, you're crazy, because that one is got the big fuzzies down low. She's really, really creased up and big in terms of her back shape, and certainly very good and appropriate in terms of hip and hind leg design. I think as you set the 2 sheep in motion, that one's a little lower fronted, just a little bit plainer and more conventional as you work through her front third. Doesn't have as much natural elevation as the one that we start with. I like the sheep that comes out in 3, and I think she's got a ton of future. Great headed sheep, really, really good in terms of just body and design. Just not quite as much sheep there as we study her at this stage of the game. A little bit more immature in terms of her muscle pattern, if you will. Just needs to be more bulky. Kind of the different story entirely is we get into 4th, stout in terms of her underpinning, really big in terms of feature, and then certainly one that you like a good deal in terms of muscularity. I think that's one that gets a little bit plainer as we study her up front. Needs to be just a little bit longer and just tidier in terms of her build. Round out the set with one that, again, a little bit more immature in terms of how she's presented out here, but I think a sheep that's very good in terms of her build, very good in terms of her skeleton, just needs a little bit more sheep there, a little bit more punch to get further up in this class. Congratulations to that set.
Placing on the Columbia Natural Colored Ram class, first place went to entry number 6, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois, with LRC 2963 Flash. Our champion Columbia Ram went to our junior class winner, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2523. The reserve champion Ram came out of the senior Ram class, Jenna Lindo, Chelly, Wisconsin, with 2482. Placing on the early March class of Shropshire ewes, first place went to entry number 173, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25090. Second place to entry number 163, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with Longenecker 2517. Third place to entry 172, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 170, Miranda Moneyheffer, Akron, Indiana. And 5 to entry 177, Aubrey Gilbert, Magnolia, Texas. Placing over on the Dorset Advantage Fall Ewe Lamb class, first to entry 44, Reagan Leeper, Argus, Indiana, with Obsession Showstock 5531. Second to 46, Allison Poling, Richwood, Ohio, with W.D. Dorset's 1388. Third to entry 47, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. 4 to 43, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 048, Elizabeth Perogwitz, Lisbon, Ohio.
Well, exceptionally good Shropshire show on the female side. We get into this junior lineup, and I think the depth and the heat really turned on as we got into the juniors, and certainly we sent a lot of really good sheep out that didn't even get talked about, and I think that speaks to just the quality as we work through this particular set. Get back into select champion. It's kind of a two-horse race, I guess, in my opinion. As we work through, I think there's one of them that's just really, really trendy in terms of her body. I like her in terms of her stoutness of feature. In motion, she maybe doesn't maintain quite the same elevation up through her front end as a different one in this particular class, but boy, on the standstill, really, really good sheep out of that first class. The other one in contention is the last class down there, the March U, and I think one that for a March U, first of all, just a tremendous amount of performance, but build and balance is exceptionally, exceptionally good on that sheep. And then yet she still touches and handles with the right kind of muscularity up high. She's maybe not quite as good in terms of her pin set or stifle shape as the one that we just talked about, but I think one that really props up exceptionally well, probably maintains just a little bit more height to shoulder as you get the two in motion. That's the one that I like to win. The March is going to be your champion. We're going to go up here with the January for reserve.
We'd like to announce the results of the Shropshire Futurity, both yearling ewes and lambs. In the yearlings, with 90 points, Drake Sluts. With Street, 2405. With 72 points, Kenyon Buckland. With City Limits, 24102. And with 49 points, Michaela Hodenshield with ES 2404. For the ewe lambs, with 76 points, Weston Porter with City Limits 25004. With 69 points, Landry Street with KJB Buckland 2523. With 58 points, Miley Williams with Bryant 25-062. With 57 points, Kinley Tinney with City Limits 25086. And with 53 points, Michaela Hodenshield with Flanders VIP 5400. Of those, Mercy Clark was the East Regional winner with Ellsbury 25147. Landry Street was the Midwest Regional winner with KJB Buckland 2523. And Weston Pointer was the West Regional winner with City Limits 25004. For our Shropshire Show, our junior champion ewe was entry 173 out of the March ewe lamb class. Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25090. The reserve champion was entry 116, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, from Class 1 of the January ewe lambs. Buckham Farms, B5023.
Well, it's been a pleasure sorting through the Shropshire Show, and again, as you work through, kind of like I said in the Hamps, but even more so in the Shrops, just there's a ton of different shapes and sizes in this breed right now, and I think that first and foremost, regardless of shape and size, they need to be sound structured, they need to be built right from the side, they need to have handling quality, and that's what we've been able to prevail with as we get back into select champion overall with our seniors and our juniors out here. It's hard to keep these seniors put together that long in terms of just their lifestyle or their show ring span. I think both of them have done a nice job doing that. With that said, I thought the juniors were really, really tough. I thought that pair was really, really tough. Those are the two we're going to use for champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Placing on the Columbia Yearling U class, first place to entry 20, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2343. Second place to entry number 11, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Copeland 586. Third place to 13, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. 4 to entry 9, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. 5 to entry number 16, Ella Brown, Berthold, North Dakota. Placing on the class of early Dorset Advantage Winter ewe lambs, first place to entry number 97, Liz Carpenter, Omro, Wisconsin, with Corner View 24168, Freckles. Second to 96, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana, with Obsession Showstock 5585, Lola. Third to entry 41, Josie Baines, Bloomington, Indiana. 4 to entry number 107, Zach Mosley, DeLon Springs, Florida. And 5 to 109, Owen Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana. Placing on the Columbia Natural Colored Yearling U class, first to entry number 21, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio, with Black Kettle 55. That did conclude our Shropshire Show. We're ready to move into Monadale's. So we need Monadale Senior Ram Lambs to the ring, please.
Single entry to start the Monadales. Young man brings us one that I think is quite nice and could have stood some more competition. I think very good in his top line. He's a sheep that props up well, but still handles with some mass and some power. Masculine in terms of his head. Nice sheep there. Congratulations to that pair. Another single entry on the Monadale side. Good sheep in terms of center body and just functional build. Like him a good deal in terms of his rib cage, his stoutness and power up high and from behind. Young man's doing a good job getting him shown. Congratulations to that pair.
Placing on the Monadale class of senior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 1, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with JWSR 767.
Nice trio of bucks on the Monadale side, and I think one that leads off, not only is he the big buck from the outside, but as you get your hands on him, he matches it by being the boldest and certainly the highest quality in terms of his edges. I think one that as you get off to the side of the sheep and get him in motion, that's the one that you like in terms of skeleton and design. The one that's in second, I love his center body and his rib cage. To me, he's got some chest width and some boldness of body and boldness of back. We set the sheep in motion. He's maybe just a little bit tighter up in the middle of his spine there. Wants to get just a little rounder out of both ends. Level topped and good looking buck that we're going to round out with down there. Just needs to be a little bit more sheep there to compete with the two ahead of him out here. Really good in terms of pattern and build and skeleton. Just a little flatter and narrower as we compare him to his contemporaries. Congratulations to those three.
Placings on the January Ram Lamb class for the Monadales. First place to Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana, with Riley K. 2520. Placing on the Monadale February and later Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 5, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2555. Second place to entry 4, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2576. And third place to entry 6, Lydia Letman, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Columbias, first place to entry 29, Morgan J. Davis, Hinckley, Illinois, with Minter 4129. Second place to entry 23, Ella Brown, Berthold, North Dakota, with 4-60. Third place to entry 30, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 22, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 5 to entry 24, Alan Heens, Berthold, North Dakota. Placing on the Dorset Advantage class of intermediate winter ewe lambs, first place to 83, Izzy Heisdorfer, Sigourney, Iowa, with Heisdorfer Dorsets 25075. Second to 73, Chloe Bills, Columbia City, Indiana, with Farrell Lint Showstock 2507. Third to 79, Harris Barnes, Holiday, Tennessee. 4 to 112, Gabby Campen, Humboldt, Iowa. And 5 to 68, Zoe Johnson, Sycamore, Illinois.
Single entry out here, a nice sheep in the slicks, first one of those that we've seen today, and I think one that feet and legs are very good on and handling quality is very good on. He's a masculine buck that's got the right kind of body shape, could have stood some more competition. Congratulations to that pair.
Placing on the early slick Ram Lamb class for the Monadales, first place to entry 7, Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana, with Triple K 25001.
Again, a single entry over on the Slick Monadale side. A sheep that I think, again, as you start down low, feet and legs are good and adequate in terms of structural soundness. Big bodied sheep, and one that you like in terms of the functional build that he presents with. Certainly a nice one there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Placing on the late Slick Shorn Ram Lamb. First place to entry 8, Luke Letman, Waterloo, Illinois, with Woodcock 1725.
Quarter in the cheek, this one brings to the table. I love the finger at the surface as well. The problem with this one is when we stand off that was it's the plainest by the front end assembly and it just washes off. We need it to maintain itself just a notch better to go ahead and feel comfortable. The wow sheep comes here in 5 in terms of just you get off the side, it's shallow in terms of its chest, big about its feature, and you get behind that one, man, it's got so much power, great lap shape. We need to change it to resetting the motion. It just doesn't want to get out and flex off those rear tube for me. Before you talked about just putting my hands on one, that one's awfully cool in terms of just the shape. Congratulations.
Well, come over in the Monadale ring to select champion Ram over here, and I think a nice set. The quality was good. Quantity's not necessarily high, but certainly some sheep out here that have value and have breeding value as you project them forward. Congratulations to these exhibitors. I think it really comes down to a pair of them. You set them in motion. There's one of them that's just better in terms of his knee and better in terms of his structure. I'll get you a champion in reserve out here. Congratulations to the Monadale exhibitors.
Champion Monadeo Ram went to entry number 5. Entry 5 out of the February Ram Lamb class, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2555. The reserve champion was from the Fall Ram Lamb class, entry number 1, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with JWSR 767. Placing on the Dorset Advantage late winter ewe lamb class, first to entry 62, McKenna Malcolm, Garrett, Indiana, with Jason Paxton and family, 2527, Charlotte. Second place to entry number 67, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana, with Silversmith, 25102 ET. Third place to 63, Cooper Wolf, Cary, Ohio. Fourth place to entry number 1, Caden Parks, Wingate, Indiana. And 5 to 55, Quentin Deere, Arcadia, Indiana. Placing on the Junior ewe lambs for the Columbia Show, first place goes to entry number 46, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2508. Second place to entry number 42, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio, with LRC 2959. Third to 44, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 40, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 5 to 43, Cashton Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota. Exhibitors, we want to remind you, if you get that bio sheet because you had a breed champion ram or breed champion ewe, we do need those completed and filled and turned in here at the desk today. We need them before we finish up showing. We use those tomorrow whenever we make introductions during the Supreme Drive of the Junior Show.
Nice class here on the Monadale side, and certainly a very good one to lead off with. The young man's got one that I think not only looks good on the standstill, but also looks good in motion. Very good in terms of her proportions and her balance. She's very high quality in terms of her front end design. Good headed sheep, and certainly one that, like I said earlier, as you set the sheep in motion, she maintains her build and that advantage as she gets out and goes. Big, high performing ewe there in second. I like her a good deal on the standstill. Her height to shoulder, levelness, and length of top line is very good. She probably has just a little bit more center body and stoutness out of her pin set than does the sheep right in front of her. I think as we set the sheep in motion, she gets a little bit more upright in her blade angle. She's a little thicker and just more mature in terms of her front end design as we compare her to the one that we lead off with. I like the sheep in third. Again, a sheep that I like in terms of her length of body. I like in terms of her height to shoulder. She's a little shorter fronted up front, a little shorter in terms of her neck, maybe just a little bit frailer and more fragile in terms of her bone work down low. I like the sheep in fourth in terms of chest width and body shape and stoutness and power. If you were to get your hands on these sheep, that's the most powerful one in this set. Unfortunately, as we get off to the side of her, she gets a little round out of both ends, needs to be tidied up as we work through the front end of that one skeleton. And then as we round out the set with this top five here, I think a high-quality sheep down there on the end that the young man has, really good in terms of her front third. From there back, she maybe needs just a shot more in terms of center body and flank line, and then as you get your hands on the sheep, she just doesn't mass up with quite the same muscularity as the sheep that precede her in this class. Congratulations to that set. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Placing on the Monadale Yearling U class, first place went to entry 17. J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with 3J Coors, 1087. Second place to entry 10, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat, 2472. Third to entry 11, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to entry 12, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 13, Easton Kovac, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. Placings for the Columbia Junior U Lamb class. First place to entry 33, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 25-21. Second to 37, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, showing Brant 4481. Third to entry 35, Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio. 4 to entry 39, Morgan J. Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. And 5 to 38, Haley Louise, Montague, California.
Over on the Monadale side, I think a class that just falls together pretty handily. A nice sheep up front that comes with handling quality, and particularly as we slick them out, that one's got the right kind of leanness still and body shape and muscularity up high and from behind, and yet still handles it well as we get out in motion. Second place is the one that just follows suit. Maybe doesn't balance up quite as well as the one that we lead off with. A little rounder over the edge of her loin, but certainly one that's tall-fronted, big-bodied, good in terms of her underlying quality, and props up very well. 3 and 4 to me is close. I like the body shape of the one that's in third. Needs to be a little bit more muscular from behind, a little deviation down her top line. I like the height and the length and the performance of the one down there in 4, especially as we slick them off. We just got to accommodate that added frame that she does have with just more power and skeleton. Congratulations to those 4.
Placing on the Monadale class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the National Monadale Junior Show. First place goes to entry 22, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana, with triple K 0104. Second to entry 23, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana, with triple K 0096. Third place to entry 19, Troy Road Farms, Washington, Indiana. Fourth to entry 21, Lydia Lettman, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the class of Columbias, these are Columbia natural colored ewe lambs. First to entry 48, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Fry 5-1. Second to 47, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois, with LRC 2962 Boom. And third to entry 49, also James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. Placing on the class of Dorset Advantage early spring ewe lambs. First to 176, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio, with ball fawns 5284. Second place to 160, Addison Comstock, Marion, Ohio, with McCurdy Club Lambs 25135. Third place to 172, Nathan Workman, Springfield, Ohio. 4 to 166, Carter Bills, Columbia City, Indiana. And 5 to 165, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio.
Well, just 2 over here on the Monadale ring, but certainly 2 of them that could have stood a lot of heat. You can travel a lot of miles in this age group across the nation, and these 2 would be highly, highly competitive. I think both of them are very good. You study this one up front, and her front end quality is just so good. Ahead of her shoulder, her length and her shape of her neck, and then as she transitions back into her body shape there, exceptionally good. I think that's a very, very nice female to lead off with. I love the body shape in the one that comes out into her top line's very good, her hip and hind legs very good. It's up front that she's just a little shorter in terms of her neck there, not quite as tidy in terms of the base of her shoulder and her chest floor, but certainly two very, very high quality ones. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Placing Placing on the Monadale Senior U Lamb class, first place to entry 25, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with Mum 2422. Second place to 26, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2505. In our Columbia show, our champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, entry number 20, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2343. And our reserve champion came out of the early junior ewe lamb class, entry number 46, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2508.
challenging class over on the Monadale side. I think all three of these have a tremendous amount of quality, and all three of them have some things that you'd certainly like to change. The most moderate one is the one that we lead off with, and that's not necessarily why we lead off with her, but I do think it aids her from a balance perspective. Very good in terms of her center body shape, her hip and hind legs good. She's not the longest fronted one in the world. In fact, within this particular set, she's probably the shortest or the most jammed up there. But from her shoulder back, that's a high quality sheep that certainly has the right kind of body shape, the right kind of build. I like the one that comes out in second, particularly ahead of her shoulder, thin-necked and very, very long ahead of her shoulder. I wish we could take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder and then just relax her in her top line. I think that makes that one easier to propel further forward in this class. Just wants to fight the ring a little bit too much. The one in three on the standstill, I think you can argue gets further up in this class because that's the big high-performing sheep that is very long ahead of her shoulder. I like that about her. As we get them in motion, though, she struggles to maintain her balance just a little bit more. She gets just a little rounder out of both ends. I think her additional length of body makes it a little bit harder as she gets in motion to balance, as well as the two that precede her. I think all three of them bring a lot of good to the table. Congratulations to those three.
Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Monadales, first place to entry 27, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. That showing Corzat 2510. Second place to 29, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with JWSR 766. Third place to entry 28, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. For the Columbia Best Pair of Lambs class, first place goes to Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second, Ella Brown. Third, Morgan J. Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. 4, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. And 5th to 53, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. For the Columbias, we're now showing best fleeced animal, best fleece animal. For the Columbias, your next class is Jackpot Futurity class. Merino exhibitors following that Jackpot Futurity class, we will go into the Merino show.
Nice group of Monadales over here in this ring, and I think an exceptional one to lead off with. That's a really high quality sheep. Young lady does a good job getting her shown and fit and prepared, but certainly one that once you get her in the ring, I think presents with the right type of look and balance from the side. And then yet, as you set these sheep in motion, she maintains that advantage in terms of just look and proportions, and certainly one that I like a great deal in terms of just her front end quality. I think as you move from there, there's some decisions to be made, but certainly the next best one in my mind is the one that comes out in second. And not only does she have an advantage in terms of just chest width and body shape over 3, 4, and 5 in this class, but what I think she really does well is her height of shoulder and her extension ahead of her shoulder. Maybe not to the same level as the sheep that we lead off with. Probably need to clip out that neck just a little bit tighter up there, but certainly one that I like a good deal in terms of the basics of structure and balance. From there, I think it gets a little bit closer as you move into 3, 4, and 5 in this class, but I do like the height, the shoulder, and the levelness of top line in the sheep that comes next. She's not the biggest sheep in the world, a little bit more juvenile in terms of maybe her look up through her face and down into her bone work, but certainly one that I like a good deal in terms of build. Just needs to be more sheep there to get further up, either second or first in this class. Like the performance of the one that comes out in 4. That one's as long-bodied and as extended as anything within this particular set. Unfortunately, she just doesn't match it with just as much lower body width or lower skeleton width. Just needs to be more sheep there to move up. And then down in 5, we've got a nice built sheep, particularly in terms of her center body and her hip and hind leg design. I thought she's from the side just got a little bit plainer and a little deeper in terms of the leg, length of her shoulder up front and just her front end design. Nice 5 there. Congratulations. Really nice one to lead off with.
In our Columbia show, the best fleeced animal came from the natural colored yearling class. Entry number 21, Addison Bussinger from Bluffton, Ohio, with Black Kettle 55. On the Monadale class of February ewe lambs, first place went to entry 34, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2544. Second to 33, Lindsey Peterson, Claypool, Indiana, with Triple K 25018. Third to entry 31, Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 32, Joshua Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. And fifth to 37, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois.
Nice trio of sheep over here in the Monadale ring. And again, I think there's advantages to all three of these sheep within this particular set. But on the standstill and on the move, the one that just maintains her balance the best is the one that we lead off with. She's not the longest fronted. In fact, in this set, in terms of front end length, she might be third. But from her fore rib back, she is so good in terms of body shape, levelness of top line, and the agility of her hip and hind leg within this particular set. I like the sheep that's in second. When the young lady gets her propped up, I think that one strikes a really good pose from the side. She's maybe not quite just as busted open in terms of chest width or body shape as the sheep that precedes her. And as you get in behind the sheep, probably just needs to be a little bigger pinned and a little more punch from behind. Love the future in the sheep that's in third down there. Young man's got a sheep that's really, really good in terms of her front end design. Tall-shouldered, long-bodied, just a little lammy, if you will, out here compared to the two ahead of her. A little bit more juvenile in terms of her look, but certainly one that has the right kind of parts and pieces as she starts to bulk up and mass with more groceries. Congratulations to those three.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Spring ewe lamb class. First place goes to 141, Tyson Black, Lafayette, Tennessee, with T and K show lambs, TK 25008. Second place to 155, Laney Pop, Elkhorn, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Show Stock 25096. Third place to entry 147, Delaney Dutt, Wooster, Ohio. Fourth to entry number 145, Ryan Liggett, Carmel, Indiana. And fifth to 151, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. Placing on the Monadale class of March and later born ewe lambs, first place to 38, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to 39, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. Kelsey's ewe was Patterson 2520, Mallory's Corzat 2596. Third place in that class to entry 40, Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana.
Pair of them on the slick Monadale side over here, and I think both of these sheep are quite good in terms of handling quality and just the basics of structure. I like the look and the build of the one that we lead off with as we get off to the side of them. I think she has more natural height the shoulder, but the big deal is as we set them in motion, she's just more comfortable in terms of her spine and her top line. I like the sheep that comes out in second. In fact, she's probably just a little tidier in terms of her bottom line and her body shape. One that gets just a little bit tighter in terms of the center of her spine, need to be more relaxed there as we get out in motion. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Placing on the National Monadale Junior Show class of Slickshorn Early ewe lambs, first place to entry 41, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana, with triple K 25003. Second place to entry 42, also Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana, with triple K 25002. Placing on the Futurity Jackpot class for the Columbia's, first place to 73, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Travail 2501. Second place to entry to Alan Hines of New Salem, North Dakota. Third place to 75, Morgan J. Davis, Hinckley, Illinois, with Minter 4129. Fourth place to 70, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin, with 2532. Fifth place to 72, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Fry 5-1. Sixth place went to Cashton Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota. Seventh place to 76, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. Eighth place to 68, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 9 to 71, Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio. 10 to Ella Brown, Berthold, North Dakota. 11th place to 74, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 12 to Hallie Luz, Montague, California. And 13 to James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. That did conclude our Columbia show. We are moving into Merinos at this time. We have Merino Senior Ram Lambs in the ring.
Well, hats off to the Monadale exhibitors. I think, again, a lighter show from a quantity perspective, but quality is certainly there. As you get through, move through the classes, I think all of these representatives are good representatives of the breed. Certainly what we're trying to make in terms of just functional sheep that can still be show sheep, get out here. There's a couple of them in my mind that it comes down to. One of them that I think is more mature at this stage of the game, comes with just more body, really, really good in terms of just her movement and soundness of structure. And then there's one that's just got a ton of future, really good in terms of her build, maybe not quite there at this stage of the game. I'll set the mic down, get you a champion in reserve. If you would, put your hands together for the Monadale exhibitors.
Monadale exhibitors, your next class is Young Flock. For the Monadale Young Flock class, first place goes to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. That does conclude our National Monadale Junior Show. Our judge has been Randall Von Krozik. Placing on the Merino Senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 4, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody F2462. Second place to entry 5, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Smith, KLS 2540. Third place to entry 6, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, and 4 to entry 3, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio.